already spend more.
Am I good to start?
You're good.
Okay. Hi, my name is Adam Open. I first came to UConn 2 years ago when I first came to Mansfield 2 years ago when I came to UConn. But since then, I've gotten very involved in the local Mansfield town politics and in the town of Mansfield itself. I ran UConn College Democrats for a few years before running for this planning and zoning seat. I'm still the president of UConn College Democrats, and I am interested in learning more about the town of Mansfield, about planning and zoning, and bring a student perspective to this board.
Great, thank you. And you're lowering the average age considerably.
Considerably.
That's not fair. I'm the oldest. So. Okay, so Zach, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hey, good evening. I'm Zach. I have also been in Mansfield, well, for now, going on 3 years. My spouse is a professor at UConn in the Ag School of Education, and I am a software engineer. I work remotely in stores. And we have a 3-year-old son, Malcolm, who goes to the UConn Child Labs. I'm very excited about being able to contribute toward development in the town.
Great, welcome. And finally, Al Fatoni.
Greetings to all. My name's Al, and I am very happy and honored to be on this panel. I have actually been the past 3.5 years on the town council, and this is a new adventure that I'm looking forward to taking with everybody here. I've watched Commissioner Fatoni on this panel for a few years now and got rather interested in it. That's why I'm here. I am an accountant, actually a CPA. I am semi-retired now. I no longer work the crazy hours. They're just one crazy. And that's my story. I've been a resident here since 2014.
Well, welcome. Okay, so
Thank
I
you.
cannot do anything else officially until I'm sworn in.
I do see an 860 number, and maybe that is Sarah Ann Chain. I have her number.
She's calling in.
Just logging in. There, Sandy, could you check the chat? There's a chat. Someone on the chat. Okay.
Please hold, everyone.
Okay. For some reason, mine.
Presumably, Luann still wants to be secretary, right? Sorry. Presumably, Luann still wants to be secretary, right?
I saw her yesterday.
She didn't say anything. Okay. Unless she says otherwise, she's got it.
We'll find out.
Someone needs to nominate these people. Well, if no one else does. Yeah. Nomination. Yeah. Wasn't number one, but close to it. She was for a long time.
Just for the public, so the public knows, and also members of the audience, as well as the commission, tonight is the first meeting of where after the election. So we do have a biannual organizational meeting. So we'll be doing that real quickly. That's a special meeting with the Inland Wetlands Agency and the Planning and Zoning Commission. Then we're going to go into the Inland Wetlands Agency meeting, and that is where we're going to have we have some very small amendments to the wetlands regulations that are just to bring them up to current statutory references. And then we will have two public hearings. The first one will be for 541 Middle Turnpike, and the second one will be for 555 Middle Turnpike. Then we'll go into two public hearings for gravel operations, a public hearing for subdivision regulations, and we have a few other items of business. So it's a long meeting. We do feel like we can be pretty quick, but if we do have to table the regulations, Mr. Chair, maybe that's something we could consider, but
All right.
yeah. So we're waiting right now for the town clerk to swear in our three members, and as soon as that happens, we can begin the organizational meeting. Mr. Chair, we do have Ms. Chain on, who is logged on. Thank you very much, Sarah Ann, for doing this last minute for us. We really appreciate it. And she's here to swear in members Aho, Ross, and DeVivo. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, wonderful. Are all three of those individuals there in person with you?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So we're ready to go now?
Let's stand. Let's stand.
Yes, standing would be super. Then I can see you better. That's great. All right, if everybody could raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge, according to law, your duties as Planning and Zoning Commission members to the best of your ability? So help you God.
I do.
I do.
Great, thank you. Congratulations.
Right, you say it.
Okay.
All right, we are official and we probably should,
Thank you, Sarah.
So now I can, I can participate in a meeting, but I still have to be elected chair. So we got one more. So we move on to election of officers. And I will ask if there's anyone who would like to nominate someone for chair of planning and zoning. Larry.
I would,
Larry, speak in your mic.
Remember speaking to the mic, folks.
To the mic.
Thank you.
I would very much like to nominate Paul Aho as chairman of planning and zoning.
Okay. We have one
second,
second by
Shandy.
Shandy. Any other nominations? No speech.
all in favor?
Thrice
Oh.
for any other nominations is standard, Mr. Chair.
Okay. What,
3 times. You just say, are
Three
there
times.
any other nominations?
are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, we'll vote. All those in favor of the motion, I guess I can vote for myself. Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, now I can run a meeting. I've been sworn in, I can run a meeting, so
Great.
we're
Yeah,
getting
so-
on track here.
Yep, well, we do
Getting the
need
whole
two
train on
new,
track here.
2 additional members for
Right.
vice chair and secretary.
So we have the nomination for, so the nomination is open for vice chair, planning and zoning.
You need to speak in your mic.
I'd like to nominate the new Shandy as vice president.
Okay,
I'd like to second that.
seconded by DeVivo. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Okay, all in favor? Passes unanimously. Congratulations. And we have one more. Secretary of Planning and Zoning. Larry,
I would like to nominate Vera Ward as secretary.
okay,
Second by Shandy.
second by Chandy. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? All in favor? That passes unanimously. We have officers. We're sworn in, we have officers, we're ready to go. All right,
So just, I assume, did you seat two of your alternates, Mr.?
yes.
Okay,
So I should say members present, right?
yes, that's right.
So members present are Aho Corsi, not Corsi, Aho Chandy, DeVivo, Bertoni, Ross, Wooch, and Ward, who's now a full-time member, and alternates, Anglin, Bertoni, and Open.
Yes, but only 2 are seated because you have 2.
Right.
Right. So the way the bylaws say is actually, Anglin and Fertoni would be seated for
Okay.
tenants. Yep.
Anglin and Bertoni are seated.
And then,
It goes alphabetically.
next time we have an alternate, Mr. Open would be seated and then we would start over again.
Okay, and you'll keep track of that.
Yeah, we can do that.
Somebody will do that.
We can probably do that.
Okay. All right. Next, we need to move to adopt the calendar. Does everyone like the calendar as proposed?
The calendar is that we've just kept the same meeting dates as, the first and third Mondays, with the exception of the second meeting in August and then the first meeting in January because of it's so close to January 1st.
Okay.
And then when there is a Monday holiday, the meetings are on the immediately following on the Tuesday.
Also in November for the election.
Oh, that's correct. Thank you, Vera.
That's why you're secretary. You know all the details.
I don't see any glitches here, so I would move that we accept the calendar as presented.
Okay, moved by Ward,
I second DeVivo.
second by DeVivo. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, we have a meeting schedule. Next, we have a review of the bylaws. we're required to review our bylaws. And
Yes, and the memo that is uploaded is actually an old memo, so I thought I had changed that. But anyways, I have every biannually, you're supposed to look at your bylaws. And during 2021, you did not adopt new bylaws because when you were working with Linda, the commission had talked about doing a consent agenda similar to that of the council, where you would put non-controversial items such as minutes, receipts of applications and things of that nature on a consent agenda. So what we've done is we've gone ahead and we've done really kind of a reorganization of your bylaws. We have had the town attorney look at them with items that would be appropriate for a consent agenda. So I did just upload those to your packet today because that's when I heard from our town attorney. But basically it's just to procedural and then the allowance of a consent agenda.
that should save some time.
Yes,
Yeah.
and that is for both. The same changes are reflected in the Planning and Zoning Commission bylaws as are for the Inland Wetlands Agency bylaws. And I included both a final clean copy and then a very kind of confusing red line copy because there were quite a few changes that basically they were just reorganized. But no, the substance has not been changed aside from the consent agenda and then a few statutory updates.
Okay,
Is that the W1633 revision to inland wetlands?
No, that's the wetlands regs revisions. There's a whole slew of things ongoing. So this is in the PZC IWA Joint Biennial Organizational Meeting document, which is the third agenda you're looking at tonight. The special one we don't normally have at 5:45.
So may I ask how it lays out for a consent agenda? Does it specifically say what can be allowed in that?
Yes, yep, yes, it does. And I can pull that up for you if you give
I
me
can
just
put
a
it up
sec.
on the screen.
The clean. So basically, if you are familiar with the way the council works, is that at any time, any member can ask that someone an agenda item be removed or taken off the consent agenda for all for consideration by the commission. All consent agenda items need to be sent to you in advance of the meeting, so you can't just add a consent agenda a consent agenda item. So basically, some of the items, they're in 4.7.1. And these items may be placed on a consent agenda after consultation with the chair, and they would be approval of the previous meeting minutes and field trip notes, routine recurring items such as a receipt of applications and schedulings of public hearings, member and staff appointments, annual meeting calendars, changes to meeting schedules, member and staff reports, including the zoning agent and commission annual report, tabling of future meetings, other non-controversial items that are not expected to involve significant discussion or debate, such as items previously discussed for which the commission has come to a consensus, which still require an official vote, extensions and or renewals of previous approvals, minor modifications to approved permits and plans, and items referred to the commission pursuant to 8-24. So those types of things. But again, we have to provide the information to you in advance. And if you want to discuss it, you can take it off at any time.
I have one more question.
Sure.
okay.
Forgive us, folks. We don't get a chance to talk about our organization very often, so I'm going to take this opportunity. We got a lot of stuff in today.
You did.
And if you're working, you don't even know it's there till 4 or 5 o'clock.
Yep.
So is that in our bylaws that we have to accept and put on the agenda everything that comes in at the last minute? It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like we have had any time to really think about it or review it. So we're going by the seat of our pants. And I just think it's not a good way to do business.
Right. So in general, and I would say, you know, that it is our rule or our general practice that we do send things to the commission by Thursday, and they are put in your packet. However, there are some instances, for example,
Many instances.
Yeah, many instances like where we get letters from the public that are uploaded, or we get a peer review comment from one of our peer reviewers because of time constraints that are uploaded a little bit later than we'd like. So we try to do our best. I don't know, in terms of when you receive an application, you are statutorily required to receive it.
Receive
but
it's one thing.
Right, receiving an application is one thing, but you certainly never have to consider something if you feel like you don't have, if you have not had adequate time to review it. For example, if you would like to table your bylaws, we can certainly put this on your agenda for your next regularly scheduled meetings. That's not a problem. You've been not really having bylaws for a little while now, and this was very quick. But I've been I wanted to see if we could, move this forward because, and I did not get the comments from our attorney until
Yeah,
this
I
afternoon. Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
The thing I don't understand is you say statutorily, is that state or?
Just for the receipt of applications. And then sometimes we're on timeframes, but no, you do not have to consider anything that you get that day of.
It's afternoon of sometimes.
The afternoon, certainly you do not. So it's
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
there's a
Oh.
time for public comment and
Yeah.
questions,
Okay.
and that is
Right.
at the chair's discretion, but perhaps we should finish the conversation
yeah,
between
yeah.
Commissioner Ward.
Yeah, yeah,
Thank you.
right.
Commissioner Ward, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
I'm done. It just disturbs me that it feels like we have to deal with it, right then and there. That's what it.
Yeah.
feels
No,
like.
please tell us.
Yeah, I mean,
Tell us you want to
we-
table it for 2 weeks.
Yeah. That's fine. If we want to table some of these items on the organizational meeting and then moving forward on tonight's agenda, that is complete.
So when we get to it,
Yep.
I can
Absolutely.
confess my.
I'd just say you didn't have a
100%.
chance to read it.
Well,
Well
digest it,
justified.
digest it.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yeah.
I agree with Vera 100%. They give us stuff
Yeah.
like 3:30 in the afternoon. That's hard to, I don't
Yeah.
read it. It's until you get here. I'm just being honest because
Yeah.
it's, if you're working and then you're coming home, it's just tough. It's just
Yeah.
tough to get through all the material. Like tonight, having 3 meetings, I only thought we had 2. That's just in the water. I didn't know we had the organization tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's just a tremendous amount of volume.
There
of
is a
stuff.
lot of information that you're getting. Yep.
Yeah.
So should we table the bylaws for now?
That's up to the commission.
I don't have an issue with the bylaws probably, but,
It might be good for you just to look them over. You haven't had bylaws for a while and,
Okay.
and we can certainly put them on a regular, they'd be 2 separate bylaws. We can put them on your next meeting agendas. But I do think that I think we try to really walk that, putting something that's controversial, or say if a public hearing is going to close, we really try not to bring
Yes.
that to the commission. It's not like but your point is well taken. We're all dealing with a tremendous amount of information, and we want to make sure that you have it so that you can make the decisions that you need to make, because they're important.
Okay, I believe there was
Okay.
a
Wait,
question.
we do need to pause the meeting for 1 second.
Pause the meeting.
So we're having an issue with the volume online, so we need
Oh,
to fix
online.
it. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Seems like when you have a lot to do, everything goes slower.
Mr. Chair, would you entertain a 5-minute recess?
Yes, yeah. Okay, 5-minute recess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I need some water too.
Probably was not the,
What?
I'm the highest here,
Yes,
but then she had Michelle Wilson.
and that was only because she was all there by herself. Just like
Oh.
the others that were only on by
And then
themselves.
her lost by 1.
Oh,
All right.
sorry. Well,
No,
you
certainly
were
take it.
right up there with the
Certainly
top
take
of
I'll
dog.
take the compliment. That's-
We told him he has to buy us pizza.
Yeah, like pizza for everybody. Okay.
Is that the votes?
Yeah. let's see.
He won the prize.
No, he didn't.
He didn't.
Deb Holgren and,
Oh,
and Michelle Wissing because she was on by herself,
She got five more person.
as well as a couple of other guys.
People voted. Here. How many people voted?
2468
mhm.
out of 8,000 and some, about 30%.
Bad. I mean,
For municipal, it's about average, yeah.
it's about
A little higher maybe.
So who did not win the seat on the
there's
town council?
Hmm?
Was it, who was the odd man out on the town council?
Osberger
Osborne.
by 9 votes.
Wow, that's close.
And he waived his right to recount his 20 or under.
You
It's
can't,
an automatic recount unless the loser waives and the loser waives.
What's wrong with me? We'll have to do a lot of.
It feels like we didn't get rid of the right one.
yeah, that's the first time I've seen that. I've been gone. So I don't have to have audience participation. I don't have to. Have audience
We don't have a public comments.
So how should I handle this question that was shouted out?
I don't know what the question was, but I would, you all open it up for a different hearing part, so, but if she had a comment about this, none of her business, just ignore it.
Should I ignore it? Or should I let
Well,
it-
we don't have public comment,
Yeah.
so I wouldn't set a precedence on a first night out.
Right, okay.
I mean, my opinion.
No, I think you're right.
Your
Yeah.
call.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You know, a lot. That's how I done it. I used to- I used to sort of- I remember you said, just come to the meeting, but you don't know. When COVID happened, that was crazy, as they didn't really know how to define. People were calling.
Okay.
Do we have audio? Katie, Al, Zach, are we audible?
Can you hear us now?
Apparently
Okay, that's
not.
Zach
good.
can hear us?
And people on
Yeah,
YouTube,
yeah.
we've heard may be able to hear us, so we think things are resolved.
Okay.
Unless we get another message to the contrary. I'm gonna wait for Sandy's confirmation with the booth, but other than that, we will probably be good to go in just a moment, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience, commissioners, and everyone in the audience.
How are they watching? Can I ask how they're, how?
Set over there. Sat next to Ken. Canterbury.
Huh?
All right, Mr. Chair.
We're good to go. All right. Seems like the more work you have, the slower things go. All right, so now we move on to committee appointments. We need to appoint an alternate member to the CCROG Regional Planning Commission. Do we have someone who volunteered for that before?
Yeah, Mr. DeVivo is the commission's regular member, but they're also an alternate member is also able to serve.
Okay,
And so the commission should consider appointing an alternate member to CROG.
Okay.
And those meetings are, they're quarterly, they're typically virtual. They have not posted their 2024 schedule, but last year they met on March 16th, June 15th, September 21st, and November 16th. So if someone is interested, I'm happy to work with them and forward your name to CROG. But it should be an alternate member.
Can you
Okay.
tell us more what CROG does?
So CROG is our Regional Planning Commission. So they are looking at anytime there's a referral, like for example, this evening, you have referrals from Tallinn, Wyndham, and Coventry regarding reg changes. So they'll be reviewing that. It's a really great way to learn about what's happening on the regional level. So they're looking at transportation projects. They're developing a regional plan of conservation and development. They're really involved with a number of different things. They do model regulations.
so this would be a good time for one of our new alternates to volunteer.
I'll volunteer on that.
All right. Thank you.
And there's definitely opportunities for other members to participate in other things. So
Okay, and in fact, we have, we need to have a move, someone has to move that also. It has to have a motion. Okay,
So the motion, Mr. Chair, would be DeVivo as, oh no, DeVivo's already there. So the alternate, this is just for CRCOG, and then we have to do transportation advisory after.
I, DeVivo, move to appoint alternate member Adam Open to the CCROG Regional Planning Commission.
okay. Moved
Second.
Made by DeVivo, second by Ross. All in favor? Okay, passes unanimously. And now we also have the opportunity to appoint 2 members to the Transportation Advisory Committee. Why 2?
that is part of their charge, but
Okay.
hot off the presses, I did learn from Sarah Ann that the council is considering changing the Transportation Advisory's charge so that the Planning and Zoning Commission and Town Council are non-voting members. They're having a really difficult time getting a quorum. So if anyone would like to serve on the Transportation Advisory Committee, they meet the second Thursday quarterly. They meet January, April, July, and October. And their mission is to just basically to look at our complete streets policy. And they're working to ensure the roads of Mansfield complement enhance surrounding land use and neighborhood character and accommodate users, including drivers, bicyclists, pedestrians, transit patrons, older residents, children, and persons with mobility impairments. So it's a quarterly meeting. They meet at 6 p.m. I don't think it's a super heavy lift. And again, they're looking at changing their charge so that the Planning and Zoning Commission and Town Council would be non-voting members. So I think if there's members that are interested in serving on that committee, that would be great. But I think that part of your motion should be informing the Committee on Committees whether or not you have an issue with them changing the charge.
And do they bring their suggestions to the council? Is that how it works?
Yeah, it would be just like any other advisory committee and to Planning and Zoning, the Planning and Zoning Commission as well.
I served on that for several years. I found it to be really interesting, so.
So, any transportation project has to be consistent with the plan of conservation and development. So it's both planning and council.
Anyone want to volunteer tonight? You can.
Al, pretend.
Al, oh, sorry, I'm not looking at the screen. Al, good. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent. Anyone else? Okay, we got at least one. That's good. So we need a motion.
So I so move that we appoint Al Fratoni to the Transportation Advisory Committee.
Moved by Ward,
Second by DeVivo.
all in favor? Passes unanimously. Very good. Well, we have a big crowd here to see how this works. You're probably learning more than you wanted to know about how Planning and Zoning Commission works. Okay, I think we're adjourned for this special meeting at 6:30. Okay, move on to inland wetlands. And I call to order the Inland Wetlands Agency meeting of November 20th at 6:30 p.m. Members present are Aho, Chandy, DeVivo, Fratoni, Ross, Wutch, and Ward, and alternates Anglin, Fratoni, and Open. The alternates that are seated are Anglin and Fratoni. Did I get that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay.
And we have to distinguish which Fratoni.
Yes, I have to distinguish which Fratoni, yes. Al Fratoni is seated, and Katie, of course. So we have minutes from the 16th of October.
Katie Fratoni makes the motion to accept the minutes as presented.
Okay, moved by Fratoni, Katie Fratoni,
Second by Chandy.
second by Chandy. Any discussion? All in favor? Passes unanimously. Okay. We have a public hearing tonight. And
To nominate you.
do we need to,
No, the action taken during the organizational meeting.
that applied to both? Yeah. Okay, so we have a public hearing tonight to look at a couple different things. First one is are we going to do the amendments to the regulations, or should we skip that? We have so much to do.
I think we should just do it. I think it's going to be pretty quick.
Okay,
But
all
yeah,
right.
I think we'll see. Yeah.
All right, we'll try to get things done. Okay, so I open the public hearing in the Wetlands Agency at 6:31 p.m. with members present: Aho, Chandy, DeVivo, Fratoni, Ross, Wutch, Ward, and alternates Anglin, Fratoni, and Open, with alternates Anglin and Fratoni seated. And do we have a public notice to read?
The notice for the agency-initiated amendments to the inland wetlands regulations were read into the record last time because we
Okay.
immediately continued this.
Okay,
Staff will go through the guidelines for this and all other public hearings tonight, if it pleases the chair.
please.
Thank you, Mr. Aho. The guidelines for the public hearing. The purpose of tonight's hearings is to receive relevant information about the proposed applications from the public. Order and decorum shall be maintained at all times during the hearing. The commission reserves the right to adjourn the hearing to another date and time if the discussion becomes unruly or unmanageable. And given the hybrid format, we ask that everyone bear with us if we encounter any glitches, as we already have. If we are unable to overcome these technical issues or the commission is having difficulty understanding the information presented, the hearing will be continued to another meeting. The order of presentations shall go as follows. First, the applicant, followed by public comment, first in support, then in opposition, then undetermined or request for additional information, followed by a response from the applicant. When addressing the commission, state your name and address and any party, group, or organization you represent, if any, for the record, before beginning your comments. Limit your comments to the subject of the public hearing and avoid repetition where possible, including repetition of points brought up by other folk earlier in the night. Summarize reports and letters that are submitted to the commission rather than reading them aloud, as all written information is copied and distributed to members. Direct all questions and comments to the chair. Do not attempt to engage in dialogue with members of the commission, staff, or any other parties to the hearing. Speak clearly to ensure your comments are audible to members of the public watching from home and are recorded. Make sure to get close to the mic, press the push button, make sure that this green light is glowing. Commission members may ask questions to anyone providing testimony, but will not discuss the relative merits of the application until the hearing is closed. Failure to abide by these policies and procedures may result in a muting of your microphone or in dismissal from the hearing. Instructions on how to participate in the public hearing are listed on the agenda. For those who would like to call in, please call the following number: 1-929-205-6099. Enter the meeting ID 843-4984-7370 and the passcode 312327. All those numbers again. Call 1-929-205-6099. Enter the meeting ID 843-4984-7370 and the passcode 312327. If you encounter any problems calling into the hearing, please call 860-429-3330 and a staff member will assist you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So our first hearing tonight is an agency-initiated amendments to inland wetlands regulations. And you can.
And I'm back.
You're back.
So, as noted in the memos that you received, some of which we did update slightly as we received comments from our attorney at around 3 p.m. this afternoon. Most of the amendments that we are looking at here tonight are to square us with changes in state statute. However, there is one departure that we would like to bring up in particular. Over the course of the past several months, we have been discussing the topic of riparian corridor protections and the discrepancy that already exists between our existing zoning regulations, which call for a 50-foot buffer of natural vegetation to remain around wetlands wherever it is feasible to do so. Staff have gone back and forth with the Regulatory Review Committee on several occasions on the best way to bring these regulations strength. We are proposing tonight, and I'm going to pull this up on the screen for everyone to see and just share for a moment. What we are proposing tonight is that we add to the end of our definition of significant impacts any activity where buffers of natural vegetation of 50 feet or more along the edges of wetlands or watercourses are not retained. Basically importing that language that already exists exactly in zoning and bringing it over to the wetlands regs. What this does for us functionally, it brings that discussion earlier in the process where it really should be. But the nice thing about this is the wetland regs have a definition specifically of feasible, which the planning regulations do not. So this kind of squares up that discrepancy, and we are of the opinion that it strengthens our protections around our wetlands and pretty substantially.
And it really should be over in wetlands.
And it kind of belongs over in wetlands anyway. Yeah. If anybody has any questions about the regulations. Yeah, I can actually, let me just share this over on the other screen so that everyone can see. And nope, but now I got to move that back and forth because that's how that goes. There we go.
Michael, can you give some examples of what the examples we discussed of how this is going to change this functionally for the agency and for staff as we move forward?
Absolutely, Jennifer. Thank you for asking. So it's a great segue. So what this really looks like is normally what we are considering when we look at a wetlands application is anything within 150 feet comes to my desk. And then if it has something directly in the wetland, it comes to you. If it's a large project, something commercial, I bring it to you. If it's a small project, normally I handle it and you receive my reports monthly. What this is going to do and the reason we do this way is we have some internal documentation called the minimum impact guidelines. And as long as you've adopted in the past, and as long as something falls into what is minimum impact, I can resolve it, no issue. It keeps you from dealing with small projects and lets homeowners who are making reasonable improvements to their home not be slowed down. By adding activity within 50 feet of a wetland that would disturb natural vegetation to this list, what we do is we basically say that that can't be considered a minimum impact. That's all potentially significant impact. So it comes to your desk. It'll show up at your meeting. And that's going to require you to render a decision on, is this a significant impact or not? Staff is going to be asking any applicants who have these applications to just describe why do you have to put this here, right? Why do you have to destroy the natural vegetation here? There may be good reasons. I went back through the last 3 years of wetlands applications and looked at all of those that were approved by myself or Jennifer, who was my predecessor in this position. And we found that there were 17 applications since the beginning of 2021 that had were closer than 50 feet. The majority of these were septic repair. So the majority of these were a pre-existing septic tank within 50 feet, or the only existing septic reserve area was within 50 feet, at which point it's reasonable, person lives on the property, they have a septic tank, they need to repair it, for the commission to say, yes, we understand there is no other place where this can go. It is reasonable for you to make this repair. There are other small activities that may be reasonable within 50 feet, but this helps us to ensure that the areas around our sensitive wetlands are going to stay forested, where a lot of the science seems to indicate that where we have natural vegetation around water courses, it's important to keep it there. It's very important for the health of communities downstream, as well as the continued natural value of our ecosystems. So on average, this lift is looking at maybe one additional application every 2 months for you. If you average out those 17 that we saw over the past almost 3 years, across those 3 years, one every 2 months is going to come before you. Staff's going to continue to review everything, work with people to make this happen. But we think this is a good change that's going to make sure that we are being transparent to the public about we are really reviewing and considering everything that's close to our water courses, but also is reasonable for people who already live next to a river.
So if we adopt these tonight, do they go into effect immediately, or what's the time schedule on that?
So we do have an effective date of December 15th, which is 15 days after the publication of the decision in the Willimantic Chronicle, whichever is first, or whichever is later, actually. We will also be sending our final adopted regulations to the DEP for final comments from them. We sent them beforehand. They didn't have any preliminary comments, but they do require us, if we make any addendums, to send them as well. So we'll be sending those final comments to the DEP. And if they send us back a letter that says, well, you absolutely cannot do that, I cannot foresee that they would, then we would return to this topic at a later meeting.
Okay. Any questions? Any discussion?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. This is Zach.
Yeah.
So I'm new here, but it seems like you're saying that this regulation already exists at the zoning level. But this
That's
would bring
correct.
the regulation into the wetlands level, which is a lower level of review. Is that right?
No. So that's a really to keep it simple, wetlands comes first. So wetlands review comes before zoning review and is narrow. Wetlands review, and the applications we'll be reviewing later today, is exclusively concerned with the protection of the natural functions of a wetland. Zoning review is a very broad review, but wetlands review must be granted first. Zoning has the authority to create setbacks and standards for all sorts of natural resources, and can do so. However, wetlands has a item called significant impact. When the commission determines that something may be a significant impact, it triggers a higher level of review, a more intensive level of review, that requires the applicant to demonstrate that their project is either, one, not going to cause the impact and must demonstrate that to the commission's satisfaction, or second, must demonstrate that in the case that the impact is caused, there is no prudent or feasible alternative. And what that means is that it cannot be just a little bit expensive. It cannot be something that can be overcome with engineering. There must be no good engineering solution, and it must be prohibitively expensive. Now, prohibitively expensive is a complicated topic, but a simple showing of cost does not suffice. It must be shown that to engineer around this would cost a massive increase in the project cost. If a project is found to be a significant impact and the commission is not satisfied, you can reject that out of hand. And it's a very, very strong legislative position to be in. Now, I am not an attorney, and this is not legal advice, but this is the general understanding of these kinds of situations, and why wetlands protections, where we have feasibility defined, putting something that is concerned with feasibility in the wetlands regs, is a very strong position to be in. Right now, we have it in the planning regs, and it says wherever feasible, but the planning and zoning regs don't define feasibility. So it's a discrepancy. We're mostly solving this discrepancy.
at least in my opinion.
And over the past 3 years, there have been 17 such applications that would have been affected. But you said the vast majority of them wouldn't have been elevated. Like they were, there was no feasible engineering alternative. How many would have been affected, would have been rejected under this criterion?
I believe in the memo that I attached in your packet, related to, there should be a staff memo about the regulatory update, or perhaps related to riparian corridors. I believe I attached that. If I did not, I can provide you that information later, but normally we don't see a lot of these. We're talking about small residential improvements the vast majority of the time. But I can provide you that information later, Commissioner.
Any other questions or comments? So, we could, close this.
You need to hear from the public.
Oh, that's right. That's right. We have to have favor again.
Yes, this is a public hearing.
This is a public hearing. Yes. All right. So, is there anyone in the public who would like to speak in favor of these, proposed, amendments to the regulations? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to the amendments to the regulations? Then we have a third category of questions. Anyone in the public who would just like to ask a question about? Okay, so seeing none, now it would be appropriate to consider whether we should close this hearing. Yes.
Michael, with this, we had a case probably 2 years ago where there was a gentleman who wanted to put a playscape in his backyard, I believe, with a pool like added on. And I think we denied it because it was too close to the wetlands, or that was I can't remember, it was quite some time ago. This kind of clarifies that, because it wasn't in inland wetlands, it was in zoning, and we had an issue with that. It was just a playscape at the time.
I just to, if I could answer this, I think that what this is going to do, wetlands, you have with zoning, either you meet the regulation or you don't meet the regulation. Okay. So wetlands, it's a lot goes into making a wetlands decision. There's a high bar. You have to prove that that there's no significant impact on wetlands or watercourses. As you know from your work on this in this agency, a lot of engineering and wetland scientists input goes into that. So what this is going to do is we're going to work with an applicant. If they want to put a playscape or a pool 50 feet from the wetland, we're going to say, there's no other place on your property that you can do this, and we'll work with them. And they're going to it's going to just raise the bar. They're going to have to do, they're going to have to show a feasibility analysis. So that's basically what this is going to do. It's just going to set the bar higher. Do you have to put your septic system 25 feet from the edge of wetlands? Well, demonstrate that Eastern Highlands Health District is saying that this is the only place on your property that you can put that. Otherwise, you're going to have a malfunctioning septic system on your property that most likely will impact the wetlands. So let's get this septic system fixed.
Thank you for the full clarification.
How difficult is it to get such an analysis that says whether this is environmentally sustainable or feasible?
A good question, Mr. Anglin. So at least in terms of septics, which do make up the majority of these cases that we see that would be within this area, you are required to have a septic reserve area when your septic system is installed. Now, I'm not going to speak in depth about septics, as I am not an agent of the health district. However, these areas are already plotted on your plan when houses are approved, when new houses are approved.
the health district will tell you where your septic can go and where there are viable places. And you're going to already need to be working with them if you're going to do a septic replacement anyway. And the health district already sends us letters with any of their decisions about where new systems are going. So we're already pretty much in close collaboration with them. As long as there's a valid reason, I cannot believe it would cause a holdup. As for the matter of, say, for example, you wanted to put a deck on your property and your deck is 20 feet from the wetlands. A deck is a little bit less serious often than the matter of a septic system. So it may be harder to prove that you need your deck adjacent to the wetland. That is by design. The function of the deck, the reasonable use of your property, these are things the commission is already allowed to consider. If there is a immediate need, it is likely you will be able to find an expert to illuminate us, I believe.
Any other questions, comments? Did we close this hearing?
I, Chandy, move that we close this public hearing.
Okay,
I second. Ward seconds.
Ward seconds. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, so we move on to our second public hearing.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
for clarification, I didn't see Mr. Anglin's hand. I didn't know that he did vote in unanimity.
Oh, sorry.
did
Was I
not.
assume? So,
Yes, Mr. Anglin.
Yeah, I oppose.
okay, so 8 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you. Okay, so our second public hearing is the application of Benchmark Cascade for project regulated activity associated with a proposed multifamily housing project located at 541 Middle Turnpike. And that public hearing is opened at 6:51. And members present are Aho Chandy, DeVivo Fraterni, Katie Fraterni, Ross Wooch, Ward, and seated alternates Zach Anglin and Al Fraterni. So we'll start with the applicants.
My name is Michael Charles from Benchmark Development. We're submitting the project. Closer. We're submitting the project at 555 and 541. I just want to give a brief overview initially, and then I'll turn it over to our design team, which is Jeff Fitzgerald from Bowler. We also have on our design team Eric Davison, the wetland scientist, and then also Robinson Cole is our attorney. So Benchmark is a regional small developer out of the Berkshires in Western Mass. We're located in Great Barrington. We primarily work on multifamily and hospitality products. Because we're regional, we do work that is primarily about 3 hours from our base in Great Barrington. Projects tend to be smaller in scale than some of the large national developers that you might see. I used to live in Hartford, actually, so I've looked at this market for quite a number of years. And for this specific project, probably started about 2 years ago, was our first introduction with the town. We had initial conversations with town staff on this project. Typically, if we go into a market, we try to get with the town and figure out what kinds of projects might be desirable, what kinds of housing products might be most used in the town. So as we looked at market conditions and as we had our conversations with staff, what we were really determining with these two sites was, this is really a transitional site from the high density Four Corners area. You've got the 555 site and then the 541 site. You have a transition from high density to more residential uses. In terms of the type of product that we thought was appropriate for this use, we were really trying to figure out a way to have multiple housing types on this site and the housing types that would be appropriate for the town and for the use. And that's, these are really two separate applications, but actually they were designed and conceived as a single project. The reason why there's two separate applications really has more to do with the purchase and sale agreement of one of the sites. But really, in terms of the way the projects were conceived and how we look at them and how they were modeled, it was really as one project that has multiple housing types on it. The 555 project has, a small mixed-use apartment building on it, and then the 541 site has a number of townhouse products on it that are, both products have merit in the market, but they probably serve different uses within the market. So, from our perspective, we were looking at this site. It's obviously it's a difficult site in that it is heavily restricted by two easements, two public utility easements, one being for, I think it's Eversource, and the other being a town sewer easement. So as you look at this, and then the additional element is obviously the wetlands that abut the sort of the center part of the site. Our objective really as developers is to try to work with the land and the topography and natural resources that exist there, and really try to, our general view is to try to consolidate housing and have, grouped housing so that you can use less of the overall land. In this case, we'll show an exhibit later on, but really there's about 20 acres of open space that is being defined for the project. So the majority of the development is being done closer to the road. So I think from our perspective, the project is the objective of the project is to try to bring a desirable housing type to the town without having a negative impact on the environmental surroundings. In our case, Jeff will go into it in more detail, but we've got no negative direct impacts on the wetlands. And then there are a lot of engineering issues that Jeff will go over as far as how we've accomplished that. That's really just sort of the overview. We're going to speak to the project as one project, understanding that technically we have to go through two actual votes on the projects, but in terms of how we're discussing it, it's generally going to. Sure. So I was just saying that we will discuss the project as one project, understanding that there has to be two separate votes on this.
Correct. So you will, when you go into your next hearing, what we recommend is that you ask the agency to enter all your testimony into the public hearing for 555 Middle Turnpike, if that's how because you're right.
Right. Should we be doing that now? Or do you mean when you say the next?
At the time of the hearing,
Yeah,
you'll
at the
just
time of- yeah.
say ditto what we just said,
Right.
if it pleased the chair,
Gotcha.
essentially.
So I think with that, Jeff, do you want to go through some of the technical?
Sure thing. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jeff Fitzgerald. I'm a professional engineer and certified planner with Bowler, located at 65 LaSalle Road in West Hartford. Filling in for our project manager, Jeffrey Board, who's home with a sick child, but he's on and available to answer any questions. But I do want to talk a bit about, just orient everybody on the site. Again, Michael, this is Middle Turnpike. This is the existing Christmas tree farm at 541 Middle Turnpike, and then the residence, single family residence here at 555. It's a large site, and you will see that the development, as Michael said, is really concentrated along Middle Turnpike. And you have this parcel, zone PB3, that has the mixed use building on it with parking for 50 cars underneath the building, and parking on the surface for the remaining 79 cars on the outside. In this plan here, you can see the
black dots are the wetland flags identifying the wetlands of Cedar Swamp and Cedar Swamp Brook, which runs down the west side of the site and is unnamed tributary on this side. And then splitting, this is kind of why these applications are taken together, because there's a wetland system that runs between the two parcels here, captures runoff off the state highway of Middle Turnpike, Route 44, and discharges down here underneath the sewer easement, which runs through here, and underneath the Eversource easement. Basically, again, the stormwater flows run from basically the east towards the west, towards Cedar Swamp Brook, which runs in this direction, and this tributary runs again in this direction and heads south underneath Route 44 in this direction. So from a environmental standpoint, we looked at modeling all the existing watersheds that serve the property at present and trying to put the water, mimicking what happens to those, putting stormwater back into the ground to sustain the wetlands in all the areas where they discharge to now. We go to the next slide here. This figure shows the amount of land, the 20 acres that is proposed as conservation easement. It shows really how compact the development is on this property. This large area of upland on the north and northwest side of the site is all proposed as conservation easement and suitable for recreation. For those of you, I know there were a few who did the walk of the site. You can cross that wetland fairly easily. In fact, as the site is existing as a Christmas tree farm, you can walk in areas of not super significant rainfall. You can walk right across to this upland area here, and then across a little farm path and crossing in this area to get up into this area. So it makes for a very nice piece of land to be conserving. So let's see next. So the application to wetlands is really about the engineering that goes into doing a development on an existing it's a redevelopment of a Christmas tree farm on 441 and the redevelopment of a single family residence on 555. The way we designed the site was really to concentrate all the development in the areas that are currently disturbed, try and minimize the areas that we do new disturbance. In some areas, I'd like to point out, it's the existing operations of the tree farm and the existing uses at the house go much closer to the wetlands than we are currently proposing. And if I can use the zoom here, see if this gets me here. This is there's a couple good examples of that here where, at 555, there's, let me go to the previous page. There's a, sorry. There's an existing, here's the main driveway into the house here, but there's an existing driveway back to a concrete foundation that's being used to store stuff in this area right up against, this is the wetland limit here. At 541, the Christmas tree farm you can see this is the limit of wetlands here that goes in behind the shed over here, but this area of wetlands back here is mowed and maintained as part of the tree farm. And as we'll see, we'll talk about as I get into the development plan, this area is going to be restored back. Again, the same goes in this area here of the Christmas tree farm where the wetlands limit is shown here, but you can see development goes and mowing and maintenance of the farmland there goes beyond that wetland limit. Those are the areas where you'll see our project encroaches closer to the wetlands than in most of the other areas. So let me go back where we were. So from a back to the stormwater strategy, the way we were able, one of the things about this project that is unique in the state, but not really unique in Mansfield, because I've done it a couple of times here on big projects in town, is that we are able to match the peak runoff rates and volumes off the site and all the design storms from a net basis. And we were able to do that through a series of large detention basins and then infiltration basins at the perimeter of the property, and at the perimeter of the wetlands, I should say. And you'll see in this area here, it's kind of hard to see on the screen, but in this area here is a large underground chamber system here. There's other underground chamber systems here and over here. You see throughout the site areas of porous pavement in the parking areas, these green parking spaces shown in these areas, all intending to put stormwater into the ground, and then infiltrate some basins on the edge of the wetland in this area, and in these areas here. We also have a rain garden coming off the roof on the apartment building along Route 44. So the part of the process that we've gone through on the site is having to change, and that was kind of the delay in the process of this application, was kind of expanding the amount of detention that we had to provide on the site, because the infiltration rate achieved through testing was less than we anticipated based on some of the initial soil testing we did out there. So we had larger infiltration and detention basins shown in these areas, much deeper. When we did some deeper infiltration testing, it showed slower rates. So we're applying the slower rates, being able to infiltrate this same volume of water over a longer period of time by detaining more of that water further upstream. So it's hopefully it's a long-winded way to present this the stormwater strategy that we chose on the site. The balance of the development is fairly straightforward. Utilities are readily available. There's water and sewer available to the project, and like I said earlier, a large conservation area that will be used as passive recreation, unimproved paths for exploring and things like that. Landscape plan shown here. We're proposing to restore over 10,000 square feet of upland review area and with some trees in this area, and some of this wetland area that you see here that's that I pointed out was part of the Christmas tree farm in between these residential units in this area. And as kind of a quid pro quo for a little of the disturbance in the upland review area required in this area in order to be able to put the parking required for the mixed use. Again, talking a bit about the product, I didn't really get into that. It's not super relevant to the wetlands application, but again, this is a mixed use building with apartments above first floor retail and then parking underneath that, as we know, taking the 50 spaces and putting them under a building where the parking lot doesn't create any stormwater runoff is a good thing. The balance of the parking for the site at 555 is on the surface. The product type proposed on 541 is kind of as Michael said, the transition between a multifamily apartment and the single family that's on the west side of the house of the property, where meant to be a neighborhood of nice for rent cottage type housing with in what will be a really beautiful setting. And we've designed the road to access off Middle Turnpike Boulevard coming in, and then circulation around, only one dead end at this short run. So that pretty much sums up the big picture approach to the site. I can get into details if you know of what kind of chambers we were using and how in addition to using ADS underground chambers that have isolated rows, every system has a hydrodynamic separator in advance of that. And then at the end, we've got primary infiltration providing the last treatment, the polishing of the stormwater as it goes into the ground at these edges, and infiltration along this edge, again, intended to put stormwater back into the ground and mimic the current hydrology out there.
Okay. Any questions, comments from the commission members? Yeah, go ahead.
What's the footage between your property line and these buildings?
Vera, so the question was, what is the distance between? So that example. What is the Vera, you wanted to know the distance between
Their property line and the buildings that are proposed there?
One moment.
In general, Mr. Chair, we'll want to keep questions mostly confined to wetlands.
Yep.
In
Yeah,
general.
it's about 50, 60 feet.
About 50, are you
In
required to be what?
the zoning setback, we're right now we're in wetlands, we're looking at the wetland regulation, but off the top of your head, does
This
60
does,
feet
it's
front
50,
yard.
probably 50 feet.
yeah, this does not require relief from zoning for the setback there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're within the zoning.
Yeah.
Yep, okay, great. So I believe it's 50 feet in this district that from the property line.
Yeah, I think the back of these are right on the setback line as I remember laying those out. Okay.
The chairs.
Comments related to or from the commission itself? Yeah, John?
So looking at the where the driveway goes in, your underground retention basin, right where your hand is right now, yeah, that's flowing towards that pond.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. if you drive into the Christmas tree farm, you'll feel that there's pretty much a divide right about on the center here where this whole left side of the page from that driveway goes downhill to the left towards this brook here.
So it
So
would be going north, it'd be going westerly on the map. I think
Yes.
that's westerly.
Yep. yes, but
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
we do have with us today Tom Ryder and Andy Sumalides from Land Tech, the consultant
Oh.
who reviewed this application, the ecologist and engineer, as well as I believe that's Eric Davidson of Davidson Environmental is here, which was the applicant's wetland scientist who did much of the delineation work, I believe. So if you would like to invite Mr. Ryder and Mr. Sumalides to explain their comments, which we did get to you today. I sent to you this morning and apologize for not getting to you sooner. They could describe the review process and some of their remaining concerns, what they are, and answer any of your questions.
Okay.
Mr. Davison can explain his process as well, if you have any questions pertinent to him.
very good. Yes, go ahead.
Does Mr. Davidson want to speak first or to finish with the applicant?
Yeah, what is the applicant should go first? Yeah,
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, good. My name is Eric Davison. I'm a registered soil scientist and professional wetland scientist. Just to add on to what Jeff's already run through in terms of the lay of the land. The wetlands we were delineated at this point roughly 2 years ago. As Tom Ryder can explain, the consultant for Land Tech, they reviewed the wetland boundary, and after some discussion about one particular area, they agreed the wetland delineation was accurate as depicted here. But basically, as Jeff explained, you have wetlands that run along the west side and north side of number 541. On the west side, that large pond that you see in the southwest corner of the site that Jeff's illustrating there now, that is an inline, historically excavated pond created by excavating within Cedar Swamp Brook. It's got an earthen embankment on the southern end and a very rudimentary historic stone outlet that, if you look at my initial report that I submitted, there's a photograph at the end of the report that shows that dam outlet. So that's what you see in terms of that large open water area. Beyond that, heading north, that sinuous dark feature that you see winding through the site that Jeff's illustrating there is Cedar Swamp Brook. It has a bordering wetland that is also described and shown in photographs in my report, which is basically a temporarily flooded to saturated wetland. It's low-lying. It's relatively flat along the edge of the stream and then rises up towards the Christmas tree farm. And it's a pretty typical forested wetland with a pretty typical Ridgebury, Leicester, Whitman wetland soils for the region. As you go to the north and east, there is that tributary stream that Jeff mentioned. That is a drainage to Cedar Swamp Brook. Again, it's described and shown in photographs in my report, but that's roughly where Jeff's showing it. You can see that line. It's a sinuous perennial stream. It flows from the northeast, but it's actually overall part of the same large wetland system to the north of this site that extends along 195 and then north of 195. So it's a tributary stream, but hydrologically connected to this same system. So those are basically the wetlands that run on 541. Running between 541 and 555, as Jeff indicated, is another wetland system that rises up onto a hillside that goes south down to Middle Turnpike and terminates just at the edge of Middle Turnpike. And as Jeff noted, on the east side, bordered by that existing home, on the west side, bordered by the tree farm, and some of the tree farm is within the wetland, which is that sort of rectangular wetland area that juts out into the tree farm and is right next to that sort of that little red outbuilding that you see from the road, or if you walk the site, right where Jeff's circling there is that little edge of the wetland that extends into the tree farm. And again, that wetland is on a hillside. It flows north. It is bisected by the Eversource distribution right-of-way utility line, and then it discharges directly to that tributary stream, which again flows west and back into Cedar Swamp Brook. On the north and northwest side of this whole system, again, as Jeff mentioned, that's all undeveloped. There's some old farm fields there, some old early successional habitat there. And there is an existing farm road. There's an existing culvert crossing that accesses that area to the back. But in terms of how this system flows, there's a topographic map in my report that illustrates a little bit of how that this wetland is fed to the north. But as you can see, just off the edge of the page on the map that is on the screen now, that's the southern terminus of Cedar Swamp Brook. The rest of the Cedar Swamp Brook and the Cedar Swamp itself is mostly on the north side of 195, and it's a pretty big system. It extends north and east. That's a pretty much a good description of the wetland distribution on the two sites. Just in terms of reporting, you should have 3 reports in your system from me. A wetland functions and values report that was from March of this year, and then 2 review letters from late July, and then again from October, with some project review information, some additional information that Land Tech had requested, and some recommendations that I made to the project team. That's probably a good stopping point in case you have questions, I think.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
I have a question for the applicant and maybe Eric Davison. Could you just explain, could you describe the areas where you are going closer than 50 feet to the wetlands? And just the specific activities that you're proposing closer than 50 feet to the wetland as delineated?
Yeah, I'll take a crack at that. Let's see here. You zoom in so we can actually see these areas. So I'd say the primary areas where we're going closer than 50 feet to the wetlands is along these units here and at this point here. And this is where I pointed out the existing tree farm clears down into the wetlands in this area. Let me try and get the version that doesn't have the conservation easement turned on. You should do it. So, and in this case, you know, we're about, you know, maybe 35 feet from this point to this corner on this building. You have temporary disturbance with the placement of the infiltration basins over here. But this is area that's, like I said, currently disturbed. This actually shows you the dimensions. There it is. So the red line is the 25-foot separation from the wetland limit here. and the blue line is 50 foot. So you can see that here, the blue line, we have a couple units that are just barely over the 50 and outside the 25, and then we've got landscaping. But again, this is the area where the tree farm has gone. In fact, right in this area here, the tree farm mows past into the wetlands there, because it's really a shallow water wetland from my experience walking that. We're in this area here. This is another area where I pointed out where the tree farm totally mows this. This is another shallow. It's hard. You don't think when you're on it that this is a wetland, but the groundwater is fairly shallow. But you can see here, the red is 25 feet off of the wetlands and the blue is 50. We've made changes to the site plan since our first plan, trying to really minimize the areas where the units get within 50. You can see here, this one on the corner just touches it. And then in this area here, you can see both the 25 and the 50 encroach on it. And this is a very much previously disturbed area. You can see these dashed lines that come up through here, that they form the sewer, cross-country sewer easement and sewer line that was installed a few years ago. And that comes right through here. And that's always been, it's on an area that's been part of the Christmas tree farm. So we maintained that as we laid out the development here. We tried to keep it within areas of existing development, and that was the closest. This area here, I think Eric didn't really touch on it. It seems like this is not really natural. Like this might have been excavated to bring water closer to the farm in this area, but I'm not sure about that. But it does seem like it's been worked mechanically to create these channels closer to the farm. And in this area, you can see the units are outside of the 50-foot buffer, and you just have some of the infiltration. Why am I struggling with that? I need a glass of water. Infiltration basins getting within that 25 to 50-foot setback. And then, and that's really about it. But important to note, again, in this area here, there's your 25 Middle Turnpike. The 50-foot goes right over it. On this side, the house sits here right about at the 50, and you can see the driveway and that concrete pad that's constructed right here at the 555 property is within about, less than 10 feet of the wetland there. And this on the 555 area is the closest that we're in. We're within the 25 feet with the porous pavement parking spaces here and a retaining wall, rather diminutive retaining wall, but one intended to limit the disturbance at the edge of that wetland. At the end of the development, you can see the neighboring parcel, the commercial property here. You can see the building right there. Our proposed driveway and parking, one side of parking coming down here, is outside of the 50-foot setback from the wetlands there. Red being 25, blue being 50, and then it comes in, and just here, this is where it starts to encroach on that 50 feet at this point. That's pretty much a tour around the area of areas that are impacted.
I have one other question,
Yeah, go
if I
ahead.
may. So you're referring to the stormwater basin as a temporary disturbance?
Yeah, pretty much, because it's not going to be actively used by people or equipment's going to be planted. It's going to provide, there's going to be trees on the edges of it. It's not disturbance in a wetland, it's in an upland review area, and it will be planted with grasses and typically basin plantings meant to help remove nutrients and things like that from stormwater.
Okay, maybe this would be a good time to move on to our consultants.
Good evening.
Evening.
For the record, my name is Andy Sumalides. I'm a principal and professional engineer with Land Tech out of Westport. We first looked at this project back in April, May of this year. So we've been at this for several months, working with the applicant, going back and forth with comments, questions, concerns. What you're seeing here is probably a fourth revision of this. Plans may not have been submitted every time, but there's been active communication between our office and the applicant. So I want to commend the applicant for working with us to get to a better design. We've, as you can see, if you flip through both 541 and 555 review comments, each one being about 20 pages, you'll see a lot of them have no further comment. So I'm not going to hit on those. I'm just going to still concentrate on the ones we still feel there's some room for improvement in bettering the stormwater design and also increasing buffers and the such. So since this is a good spot to start and what's on the screen right now, you see that stormwater wetland behind those units there. And we just have some concern of its function, the way it's designed, being able to maintain it and the such. Right now, it doesn't have a very large bottom. Obviously, the contours aren't being shown here. And it's actually being designed as a wet basin. If that is to remain a stormwater basin or wet pond, we would recommend some type of forebay. So all those, what that means is you could see there's various points of discharge into that basin. We would recommend those all being tied together and going into what's called a forebay. And what that does, it allows it a centralized location, obviously, for sediment to accumulate and ease of maintenance. It is fairly difficult to get back there. I mean, I think the plan would have to be revised to provide proper access to maintain that basin. We've recommended to the applicant to look at alternatives, maybe coming up with some type of smaller water quality feature back there, but then provide the necessary detention somewhere upgradient like they have elsewhere on the property. So I think that was one of our biggest concerns. What that also would allow is for an increase in buffer there. Because as designed right now, we feel like maintenance is probably the biggest driving factor of further disturbance, right? So it would be some type of enhancement with the plantings and the water quality treatment that it will provide. But the maintenance is one of our biggest issues of getting back there and access. So we would like them to revisit that and potentially provide some type of water quality swale or some other type of feature back there that's smaller, pull it further away from the wetlands, and then provide some detention up, somewhere up gradient from that. Some of the other basins are also designed as wet basins. We would recommend, if they are to remain wet basins, that they be lined to remain wet and function as that, to make sure that they do hold that water level within them. So that's another one of our comments. Some of the other basins are much smaller along the edges there. This one was a fairly large one. The ones in the southwest corner there are somewhat smaller and easier to get to and access and maintain. So the furthest one on the southwest corner, that one is a wet basin, and that one was the one that we recommend being lined. They started off with an infiltration rate of 3.2 inches per hour with their initial soil testing, and now they're down to 0.2 inches per hour. So you can see the drastic difference and how they had to create some of these upgradient detention basins in order to provide the necessary detention required to meet the, you know, the reduction in the peak flows. So I know we usually recommend as conditions of approval, additional soil testing prior to the issuance of a building permit. We feel very comfortable here where there's not much lower that infiltration rate can really go, right? So it's a very conservative approach. If anything, that number is going to only get better and these systems could get smaller, right? So we were more concerned when they were using a 3.2 infiltration rate. And now you can see with the further testing how much lower it got. I think they're being very conservative in their approach with where they're taking that infiltration rate in the soil strata very deep. Some of these systems, they can use just the bottom of the system. So that can become a better number, and subsequently better infiltration in smaller systems could result in that. Again, that touched on the additional soil testing we would recommend if this was to move forward. We would recommend it, I think in the past, we've recommended it prior to start of construction. We would strongly recommend it prior to the issuance of a building permit. During construction, it becomes very difficult to design on the fly stormwater. Obviously, it can be done, but then that holds up the contractor. Things may need to shift. So prior to issuance of a building permit is what we would recommend as additional soil testing prior to issuance of the building permit, if again you guys were to move forward with this application. That was the high level, I would say. Oh, and then again, the outlets of these detention systems that then go into the wetland system, they're all piped to what's called the flared end section with riprap at the end of them. Some are plunge pools, some are riprap outlet protection. We would recommend trying to pull those further away from the edge of the wetlands. And we've asked the applicant to also consider potentially a level spreader. We understand the level spreader doesn't reduce the rate as much as a plunge pool could, and it could become more disturbance. But we'd like those pulled further, as far away from the wetlands as possible to prevent any scour, any potential scour. Just reading through some of my comments here. The basin on the entry drive on the left, that was a rain garden originally and was converted to a detention basin. That again is within the restrictive layer. It doesn't provide the 3 feet of separation from groundwater or ledge. So we would recommend that storm trap system as you enter on the left-hand side also be lined to prevent groundwater from coming into the basin and reducing the amount of volume. What else? The pervious pavers, those were all designed with under drain. So not to get too technical, when you do a certain method of drainage design, you can reduce what's called the curve number for those sections, which a curve number of 100 is 100% means it's all impervious. The lower the curve number, the more pervious the material. There is a method where you can create a pervious material with stone layer below it and reduce that number. And that's what they've done here. And it's an acceptable engineering practice. What they've done though is have under drains within those systems. We just recommend they disconnect those under drains from the stormwater system to get that full credit of that reduced curve number. And then I think lastly, hold on, I have a few more actually on this one. Part of the drainage does go within Middle Turnpike, which is a state road. DOT approval will be required as well for this. So the state will most likely look at drainage impacts to their drainage system as part of this development. So just so you folks know, there'll be another set of eyes and regulatory body who would be looking and reviewing the drainage system as it impacts the town's drainage system, or the state's, I should say. Another thing that we pointed out was what's called the drawdown calculations. All these systems are supposed to drain within 72 hours of a rain event. So we just have them ask have asked the applicant to look at a couple of their basins and applying that new 0.2 inches per hour and just make sure they drain properly. The purpose of that is, when you have back-to-back storms, you want to make sure that you have that volume and capacity. So the requirement is that these are supposed to be drained fully within 72 hours of the end of a storm event. And then on the erosion and sediment controls, one of the main items was they had a temporary sediment trap. These temporary sediment traps are built during construction to prevent, obviously, sediment from going into the wetlands and water courses. One of those sediment traps was sited over an infiltration basin. What that does, it'll compact the layers below it, and then it'll make it difficult for that infiltration basin to work properly. So we would just recommend relocating that temporary sediment trap somewhere outside the limits of the infiltration basin, so it doesn't compromise that system when that system does get built. I'll just jump into 555 also, and then I'll turn it over to Tom. On 555, our main comments there was any slope steeper than 2 to 1 should look for permanent stabilization of those slopes. So some type of erosion control blankets or matting, that's a permanent solution, not so much a temporary. On 2 to 1 or greater slopes should be implemented. They've, on the northern portion of the property, are looking to put in a little pedestrian bridge to connect some of the existing paths. No structural drawings have been provided for that, but we recommend that prior to issuance of a building permit, we see structural drawings to make sure there's no direct impacts to the wetlands, meaning any footings and the such that need to support that bridge are outside the limits of the wetlands. Some with just some cleanup and consistency between the drainage report and plans. We don't see an issue, but some consistency there. Again, similar comment regarding the pervious pavement. We recommend the pervious pavement be disconnected. No under drain be connected directly to the drainage system to get that reduced curve number value. We also recommend siting those drainage infiltration systems outside the limits of the pervious pavement. Because what would happen there is it would go through the pervious pavement right into the drainage system. Again, circumventing the purpose of trying to get that reduced curve number. So we were trying to disconnect those, and we would recommend putting the drainage system within the drive aisles. The system, so originally there was additional parking on the northwest corner of this, there was additional parking spaces on the left-hand side. They took those spaces and added them underground. What I would recommend is taking that last row of parking and putting them back over on the left-hand side and greatly reducing that disturbance. So you'd pull those and put them further south, a little further south there, next to that drive aisle on the left-hand side. Yep, right there. And if you scroll up a little bit, put them back over on that side exactly. And what that would do is it would actually reduce the impervious pavement there. So you would take that drive aisle, it becomes a more efficient drive aisle. Obviously, there's a little bit more disturbance closer to the wetlands, but that definitely reduces the amount of impervious surface, and it also further helps establish that wooded buffer in the rear, and that parking lot doesn't have to extend all the way north. So we would recommend putting those spaces back where they were, and then reducing that drive aisle all the way to the rear. It would make the drainage system also, you could pull that drainage system also further south, that's all the way at the end, and really reduce the impacts to the north there. So there's definitely room to do that. We would recommend that. We've also recommended is seeing, if they can get more underground parking. Obviously, underground parking, once it becomes structured parking, becomes very expensive. So as you heard from Michael earlier, the feasible and prudent alternative, is it economically feasible to put all this parking underground? And I think that's where it becomes a big number to try and make all that parking go underground. I told the applicant to take a look at that and see how much more parking they can fit underground and still become feasible and prudently alternative, and an alternate there. We'd also recommend extending that retaining wall where we're asking that parking to be relocated we would ask that retaining wall to be extended with it. Obviously, there's a close proximity to the wetland there, and we'd rather see a retaining wall and establish some sort of buffer between the retaining wall and wetland versus a slope, a steep slope there right up against the wetland. So we would recommend extending that retaining wall further north to support that additional parking on the west side there. We also recommend there's one section, I think they forgot to add a hydrodynamic separator prior to going into one of their infiltration systems. So we just recommended another hydro system. A hydrodynamic separator is basically a manhole structure with a swirl chamber in it that helps remove sediment and also phosphorus, nitrogen, and the such. We recommend any floor drains underneath the building be connected to an oil water separator and then discharged to the sewer. We also recommended showing any footing drains for these buildings, and this is entirety for the whole development, and showing where they go. I would imagine most of the buildings on the left hand or on 541 are slab on grade, but this building that has the underground parking would potentially require some footing drains, and we were looking to see where those were being discharged. Similarly, we had comments about the discharge, the flared end sections, and where they're discharging in close proximity to the wetlands, and try and site those in areas further away from the wetland as possible. I think that sums up my comments on 555. I'll turn it over to Tom, and he can dive into the wetland system and buffers. Or I'll ask it if the commission has questions at this point. I'm more than happy to answer them now. If that's what you guys would like to do also.
Yeah, let's move on to Tom.
Perfect.
Can I have the figure move over toward the 541, please? Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tom Ryder, ecologist with Landtech. And as Andy pointed out, I mean, he went into a lot of buffers and wetland issues. A site like this, with the proximity to the wetlands, especially this wetland finger between the two proposed developments, there's a lot of engineering and environmental overlap. A lot of engineering affects wetlands and environmental, and what I would want and recommend for environmental would affect engineering. So Andy had pretty much covered a lot of the concerns that and recommendations that I had put into my section. I will explain a couple of them from a wetlands or environmental perspective, but he did a pretty good job. Keep in mind that when we see these reviews, I just don't do my report and he does his report. You know, we'll sit down and say, these are my concerns, these are his concerns. And a lot of the, concerns I have will end up in the engineering section. Some of the concerns he has will end up in the environmental comments and stuff like that, because there is a big blend in these types of projects. So with that, like I said, Andy has comprised a lot of the topics I'm going to touch on, but I'm going to kind of dive into them a little bit more for an environmental perspective. This is a good view right now. The northwestern basin that Andy had spoken about, right? That in here, that's it's a pretty deep area, and I wasn't really sure that basin was what was needed in that area for those functions. It's like very narrow at the base. Again, the topography is not shown on here. We don't really need it to be shown on here, but it came down into like a very narrow, steep base, almost like a small channel in the middle. And there was no forebay. And Andy mentioned it from an engineering perspective, but A forebay, from my perspective, the reason I was looking into that and recommending it is this basin is going to need to be maintained. And when you maintain it, first of all, I didn't see any way to get, machinery in and out of there to maintain it. But second of all, when you do maintain it, it currently was, could be acting as a buffer. It's a good area for a buffer. Yet when you're maintaining it, you're disturbing it every routine intervals. And therefore the permanent vegetation isn't really able to establish. It's kind of like constantly being restarted. And so what I was recommending is under the Connecticut's Stormwater Quality Manual, there are wetland basins and wetland ponds that are shown and described there. And what they do is, Andy mentioned a forebay, and one of the major components to that is a forebay, where it's all water would go into this basin. It's a smaller basin, and it's somewhat isolated from the main basin, either through boulders or some type of berm. And then but then the top part of it is able to overlap with a surface water connection. And the advantage to that is that when you do get sediment accumulation, or do get anything that needs to be cleaned out in that area, it's limited to a smaller area. You don't have to disturb the entire basin. You can just disturb a portion of it. The other thing is what I mentioned earlier about this basin being fairly deep is that vegetation sometimes doesn't get to be established as far down as you'd want it. A lot of times these type of basins, you'd want them to be wide and shallow, allowing for light penetration to go in and having a shallow water elevation, allowing this, like I said, to provide a dense and herbaceous coverage. If this basin does get approved through the system, then I did have a couple comments on them, like using plugs. There was an area here where they're going to be seeding the basin with like a hydro seed or a seed mix. But in my experience, I like to use plugs for two reasons in this area. One is that when this area does fill up, seeds get moved around until they can fully establish, whereas plugs would be pushed into the ground and held in place. And also plugs are, a year or two advanced of the seed mix. So you kind of accelerate succession, and you accelerate the establishment of the vegetation. I also had concerns with the splash pads. There's like an FES was at 1.1 and 1.3. We're pretty much at the wetland edge. They're like 2 feet away. And I had concerns about how you would actually be able to construct those and maintain those without any wetland disturbance. The other thing is there would have to be a maintenance plan to keep the woody vegetation out of there. You'd want to keep it as a meadow. But going into the stormwater pond or the stormwater basin, I thought would be a better way to go for this particular design, until, again, as I mentioned, we sit down with engineering, we discuss things back and forth, and they had made the recommendation that the basin be replaced with a subsurface system. It can have some surface components, but the main part of it would be subsurface. And after I wrote my comments for that, I agreed that that would probably be suitable for this area. In the major advantage to that is to have the same functions, but there wouldn't be any disturbance in the back. It would all be underground. And then you'd allow to have a permanent vegetative buffer establishing on the top area. There wouldn't be as much maintenance. So therefore you can actually utilize that area as a nice buffer system instead of having it, constantly being restarted from time to time. The other concern I had that's kind of global through this whole thing is the wetland buffers. Yes, this area is disturbed already for a tree farm, but there's also a lot of development going on there, which would benefit from buffers. So whenever you try to do a project, you obviously try to improve on the wetlands that are there and try to, this was probably done, 30 years ago when we didn't really know as much about the wetland buffers, and I doubt that area would have been cleared, allowed to be cleared. So this is a good opportunity to try to maximize the buffers in the area. We went back and forth and stuff like that, and they were very receptive and moving things around and stuff like that, and that was great. But we still feel that there is, an area, several areas that where the buffers could be enhanced or enlarged. One of that area is that wetland finger, which is on 555. Right, so the area now east of that wetland is wooded, and now we're going to have this parking lot and those areas in there, well, up to the north too, the northern area, right? And so you're basically isolating this wetland system. One of that area to the southwest was a major benefit where you're doing the what was it? I forget the area of the size, but you have this large planting area. Yeah, that was a major benefit in here, but still felt that there was that wetland in there was kind of being squeezed out. The comment that Andy had made about if you move further north there to that, move up a little bit, if you could show that, that system there. We talked about basically that's a wall, a retaining wall that has actually made the buffer a little bit larger in there. That's very helpful. However, what is more helpful is a large contiguous area for function for buffer. So when Andy had mentioned, as a recommendation, is something for the applicant to look at, would be that northern, what we're calling just a parking area, to be moved down and allow that area, whole area to the north there to be freed up. That is actually a much more beneficial improvement than a couple feet here and there by walls. We like the walls, so these are very narrow buffers, so that the walls actually help. But anywhere you can get these large areas up here to the north is to be maintained or to be improved if they're already disturbed, to be improved through natural vegetation is a major benefit. Like I said, all that open space that you have on the entire property is great. And would never, that's awesome that you can get that much in open space, but in order for open space to work, you need wetlands and a balance between wetlands and upland review area or upland buffer area. Just having an entire wetland area on one side with not an adequate buffer isn't as appropriate as one might think. There's a couple other minor things in here that we should probably mention is that there was a recommendation, I think it was from Eric Davidson, which I agreed with, for a lighting plan, just because this area is so close to the wetlands, the location of the poles and the design of the poles are fairly important. And I guess the last letter we saw from Eric Davidson that said that a lighting plan will be prepared. My response was that I'd leave it up to the commission to determine if a lighting plan should be, can be provided after a decision is made, or if it needs to be done as part of the application. I just know that, putting design and the location of these poles and what type of lighting is in there on this in an area such as this is very important. Again, excuse me, a lot of these comments are what Andy had already kind of touched on, but I think that kind of goes to our point is that engineering and environmental on this particular site is overlapped a lot, and what you do to one affects the other. And so a lot of our comments were very similar. I'll end it now and answer any question that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any Jennifer, did you want to say something?
I did. So we have members of the audience here who want to speak specifically to one application, the first application on the public hearing. So I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate, if we just wrap up questions real quick and then open it up to the public,
Yeah,
or perhaps the commission could ask their questions after comments
Yeah,
from the
let's do
public.
that. Let's-
And then one recommendation I might make is that while these are two separate and distinct applications, they really are, they are sort of joint, as the applicants had said. So if the members of the public would like their comments to be entered into the record for both 541 and 555, they could do that. So, so I just, if you, when you come up and you'd like to speak, if you could please speak to 541, because that is the public hearing that we have open right now, and ask the chair to enter them into the record for 555 if you would like that to happen. Does that make sense?
Okay, I think that's a good idea to move directly to public comment, although I do like to take a break every 2 hours. So let's take a short break, 5 minutes, and we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We only got 4 more 2 hours. That's all right.
hoping that I might be able to catch part of the second half of UConn men's basketball. I don't think that's
No,
gonna
no.
happen.
Tape it, tape it.
They know Parker's living there.
That's where. Yeah. Right, drink it, I don't wanna be like, yeah, as I just was in my head, you don't see these guys in person, so.
Is it 5 now?
I don't know.
I think it's 5.
Running in.
See, John. Yeah. I haven't slept it. I didn't sleep it.
We'll need to call everyone back in. We're missing Mr. DeVivo, Mr. Ross.
Can we start without them? Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the public comment. Thank you for being patient while we got this all sorted out and going. But I believe the order is public comment in favor and then public comment against. So if there's any public comment in favor, they would come forward at this time. If not, we'll move straight to the public comment against. Who would like to speak against the application? Go ahead. State your name.
As
and-
always, make
Yeah.
sure that you come up, state your name, make sure you're speaking directly into the microphone and that the little green shining light is on.
Yeah, I think so too. And Mr. Paulson, I know we know you, but if you could just, if everyone who is speaking this evening could just write your name and address, we want to make sure that we capture
You want me to put
everyone's
my name down?
that on the paper right there. Thank you. And just a reminder, this is an application for an inland wetlands application. So we need to keep that if this project is to go forward, they will go before the Planning and Zoning Commission. And that is when they will discuss traffic and design and setbacks and things like that. But for tonight, it's very specific to inland wetlands and water courses. So just be mindful of that.
I'm not sure if I think I missed something on one of that one when they were speaking about the wetlands. What's that?
Right into the microphone.
Yeah, get as close as you can to the mic.
Yeah, you gotta really pull it right up.
A question about the land. I think you had mentioned something about the footage from fence to fence. Unless it's changed, has been changed. Originally, plans they had was 34 feet off the line. Now, I don't know if they changed it or not. And the other thing was right with that square area right in there. We have a 521 and a 527 house that's right there. So, we're right next to them condos, right next to them. I'd like to make sure that's in on there because That's our house. There's a 2-acre piece right in there where the hand is. We agree or not? Okay, just checking. I'm not sure. I see you bouncing. I wasn't sure. All right, well, the thing I want to do, and I know all you people know about this, at least most of you. Back in 1962, when they put the new road in 195 from 32 to 44, the fill that they had from that road, they put it behind the condos that are being built right now on 195, right in back of it. They filled that whole swamp in. But you got to remember, in them days, they didn't have any regulations. You could do what you wanted. Do what you wanted. The thing is, my understanding now, with this new building that they put up, the building for the cars, they had a problem with it. Now, this is all cement. I don't know how many tons this thing weighs, but it's got to be heavy. It's my understanding they had to dig down 6 feet to all that fill that was in there from when they did 195 to where it was hard so they could set it. I don't know what happened, whether it was sinking. You know, I don't know. Okay. The way that land is pitched, that whole area in there, once you get beyond the fence line where the condos are, that whole area in there is nothing but swamp, and it goes all the way down. I mean, at one point, it got to a point where the tree lines and stuff where the property was, that water was starting to spread in there and it was starting to kill all the trees. Immediately, beavers got in there and started doing their thing, and they plugged everything up, and believe me, it was a mess going up through there. Now, what does that mean? Well, the whole thing is pollution, pollution, pollution. That pond that's there right now, right next to the condos, it's Louis Pond, my Uncle Louis. That brook is called Louis Brook. It goes into Schlehofer's Pond, which is the pond that's on this thing here. When 555 came in, I'm saying in the 50s, I'm thinking it was in the 50s. It could have been, yeah, late 50s. Somewhere's in there, Ricky's Trailer Park. When they had that trailer park put in there was all kinds of trailers in there. No, like I say, no wetlands. It didn't matter. You know, there was no regulations. Where that restaurant is right now, that used to be the house for the place where you used to be able to do your clothes, wash your clothes, and dry them. There wasn't a time when they didn't use that machines that water would go into the pond, pure white, believe me, pure white soap, down the brook into Schlehofer's Pond. And that happened a lot of times. The trailers that were in there, you could smell sewer. There was nothing but everywhere you went was water. And I don't understand. Here's one thing that really kind of makes me wonder. Where are these people that are supposed to know what they're doing taking soil samples? You mean to tell me they don't see what's going on in the soil? I mean, it's all wetlands back there. Matter of fact, Toll, the one that owns the property, fell in one of them wells on 541, his property. There were 5 of them, 5 wells were in there. And that piece where they're talking about the swamp next to that house, across the road is where the walkway for the walking for the students and bikes. You can ask the Rolling Hills, the maintenance man. They had to go in and dig up some of that pavement, the walkway, because they were having problems with water coming up. It was cracking. And the guy said the minute they opened it up, there was water boiling everywhere. Well, where do you think it was going? Right in that area right there where his hand is. That's where it was going. That whole area over there. We used to have an outhouse. I lived in that property 80 years. And where his hand is, we had the outhouse that was there. That's what we had. And that was all wet then. That was years and years ago. And it hasn't changed. Now he mentioned something about a waterway or something for the farm. Well, the truth of the matter is that area he's talking about, Toll, when he was there, put in a D9, not a D8, a D9. It was made special to dig ponds out.
He went in there and they dug the pond out 17 feet in center. They dragged that thing all the way up through where he thinks is a entrance going to the farm for water or something. And there was a spring there, and he buried that spring. They buried the spring. I, myself, and my son, we had a good area down there. We used to put our shiners in there all year round. It didn't make any difference. It was water. Now, the only other thing I can say is the buildings, when they talked about drainage and stuff. Well, my house is down the hole a little bit. With all that rain coming off the top of them buildings, where that rain gonna go if it's not shucked to where it's supposed to go? It's gonna go right in that hole right there and fill it up into my basement. And that's gonna make me mad. So I could go on, different subject, but I'm glad somebody cares about the environmental part, like you. I'm glad you care about it and concerned about it. Because each one of you here, have the ability to say no to it. I say, do not pass it. This is a disaster, that whole area is. It's nothing but water. And they're gonna, eventually they're gonna regret it. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's just gonna be so much mud and water and stuff. I don't care how good you get, there's water, it always comes up. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate the historical context too.
Oh, I could get into it a lot more, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I might, let's, since we have several people who want to speak, why don't we try to limit it to 5 minutes?
Mr. Chair, you can't.
You can't limit.
You can't limit it, but you
Okay.
can encourage people
I
not
can
to repeat other
I can
things. Yeah,
encourage
just-
people to,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah, but we're not allowed to limit.
Unlimited, but encouraged.
Good evening, everyone. Deborah Paulson, that was my husband, William Paulson Sr. And I just want to read a statute because we are the aggrieved parties, my husband and I, because we're 521 Middle Turnpike. And I won't repeat what my husband said, but I have the statute. And I just want you to know that we're aggrieved. I'm sorry, I have to read this. Aggrieved parties to make any decisions taken toward the Mansfield Planning and Zoning Commission on the application for development of 541 Middle Turnpike. Here is the relevant statutory reference. Section 8-8, appeal from the Board of Court mediation, reviewed by the appellate court. A, as used in this section, 1, the aggrieved persons means a person aggrieved by the decision of a board, and it includes any officer, department, board, or bureau of a municipality charged with the enforcement of any order, requirement, or decision of the board. In the case of this decision by the zoning commission, by the zoning commission, planning commission, combined planning and zoning commission, or the zoning board of appeals. Aggrieved persons include any persons owning land in the state that abuts or is within the radius of 100 feet of any portion of the land involved in the decision of this board. Now, I read that because, first of all, we are aggrieved. We really don't want this project. It's, soon as I look out my bathroom window, I'll see all these buildings. It's facing our house. And that takes away our privacy. We won't have any privacy at all with these buildings facing us. And the wetlands, just when it rains, everything gets flooded. Our backyard gets flooded a lot. And we had a pool back there, and because of snow, it imploded. But when it rains really hard, everything gets soaked and wet, and you have to put boots on. So if you see that part, what's going to happen with those buildings? You sink. You absolutely sink. So I'm just saying, please attach that statute to what, to this property, as I said it. And thank you for hearing me out tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh. I decided. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening. My name's Denise Moser, and I live at 3 Valley View Drive in Stores. Tonight, I am here not only for myself, but for the ones who cannot speak. The animals, the creatures, the large and small who use the wetlands for their survival. Where will they go when Mansfield continues to take their habitat that they need to exist? Where does it stop? Global warming and excessive building hurts our environment. We need all these creatures so that we can continue to exist. I believe that you are all relatively good people, that your courage and honor and virtue mean everything. My hope is that the power and money, or money and power, doesn't sway your decision here tonight. Save our wetlands today for the sake of the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
I forgot to ask the first two speakers if you wanted your testimony just for 541 or to be included also in 555. Okay, and Ms. Moser?
For both.
For both, okay.
I'm William Paulson, Jr. I'm at 527 Middle Turnpike. And a little bit more history for yourself, sir.
Yeah.
So when my father was talking about the D9 track, Mr. Toll's father is blind, and part of his inspiration for digging out Cedar Swamp Pond was for two reasons. One, for water for the trees, which, by the way, working for Mr. Toll, I was, that was my first job. I was like 17, 16, somewhere in there, planting trees with Mr. Toll on the property. But it was for that, and he had built a little area where he could wheelchair his father down, and his father could just cast with no obstructions, and he stocked it with fish from button ball. But a little ways up from that pond area where they dug out was a known place for us locals, my father and I. It was a natural spring, always had water in it. Drought, August, didn't matter, there was always water in it. And it was covered in just tons and tons of dirt. The water is still there. I will also agree that there is a huge issue with drainage in the area. I mean, even I have it on my property. As far as comments to the wildlife, I'm certainly concerned about agricultural concerns. I have honeybees on the property that rely on skunk cabbage. Is the first pollen source that we get, and it's an important piece for their survival. I hate to see any of this stuff dramatically change their ability to forage that. I think it's unfair. There's also a gentleman on Cedar Swamp that also, Mr. Nishbal, that also raises honeybees, who also relies on that. So I'd hate to see any of that impact. So for me specifically, I'm talking about 541, but the impact to the animals, I think, in general, applies to both 541 and 555. That's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak?
I'm Allison Hilding, 17 Southwood Road, and thank you
for your service to the town in attending all these meetings and reviewing all the material. I'm here to ask you to reject this application. I support the concerns raised by Deborah and William Paulson, sorry. Specifically, their comments that the applicant has not demonstrated that 100% of the stormwater generated will be held on the project. I agree that we should be looking at 11% density in an area of wetlands. It should be 150-foot setback. Regarding Public Act 85-279, I think this commission, particularly in this application, has a really strong and important responsibility to recognize the value of the former drinking water reservoir on Bone Mill Road, which was the single source of water for the University of Connecticut and the Mansfield State's Training School for years. That water is delivered by the Cedar Swamp Brook. The headwaters for the Cedar Swamp Brook and for this reservoir obviously are in the Four Corners area, and it's the massive Great Cedar Swamp that provides that water. It's 2023. We see water resources disappearing worldwide. The development at Four Corners has been enabled by a water diversion from another watershed, which is a poor idea at this point in time, but it's a fact now. But should that water resource, should the Schnipsett Reservoir fail at some point in time, where are your other resources? You've enabled unsustainable development. Now you're looking at projects which have the potential for compromising future water sources, in particular this case, the water from the Cedar Swamp Brook. I think you're failing to look at the cumulative effect of all of the development that you have already enabled in the Great Cedar Swamp. It's death by 1,000 cuts. The Cedar Swamp Brook can't survive more. You've heard the developer has shown you that they can only develop a very small portion of that property. Testimony to how high the wetland area, how much of that property is in fact wetlands. They've mentioned to you the low infiltration rate of the water. Why? The water table's so high, the soil in that area is saturated. You've had 6 months of back and forth from the peer reviewer and the developer with how many changes, what level of sophisticated engineering is being suggested to even potentially make this property work for development without endangering the wetlands and the water courses nearby. And this evening, you heard from your own peer reviewer a laundry list of complaints. 6 months later, 4 revisions later, and you're still hearing significant concerns about retention basins. Also, they talk about an underground parking garage. Well, what happens when you sink concrete into the ground? You stop the subsurface flow of water. And surely in this area, there's a tremendous amount of subsurface flow. What happened when 195 foolishly was put in 1962, cutting down the middle of the swamp? It stopped the flow of that important and massive wetlands area. I don't hear in this application consideration for the cumulative effects of the standard of the project we're behind the toast. I'm sorry, I forget all the names, but you've already put too much in there. You've already endangered the future of that vast and important wetland system. And now you're looking to further endanger it. It makes no sense. It's 2023. We know better. Just say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Okay, so the third category would be someone who wanted to clarify or ask a question, or neither for nor against. Does anyone fit that category? Okay, I think what we could do now is perhaps bring the applicant back to, that'd be a good idea to have the applicant come back and perhaps address some of these questions that they've heard from our peer review and from the public.
I think one thing is that I'm not sure if the commission had the opportunity to ask your peer reviewer any questions.
That's right.
So it's up to you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, right. That would be appropriate at this time. Sure, go ahead. Come on.
It's maintenance. Land Tech mentioned a few times the importance of maintenance if what this project were to approve, because these systems are so delicate and they're functioning so tenuous. This commission has no authority to enforce maintenance. The town has no real penalty opportunity, function, whatever, should a developer, should a property owner fail to maintain the systems on engineered systems on this property. And 2 years later, some other builder, property owner could own the property. If maintenance is a key factor in the success of this system, it's a loss because you have no ability to enforce maintenance. Thank you. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any questions for our peer reviewers? Yes, Vera.
I really would like a chance to read the report thoroughly. They just ask so many questions, and the developer has so much work to do to accommodate these questions. So I think that there's so much more work to be done.
So can I say one thing?
Yes.
Procedurally, because these are two separate and distinct applications, I mean, there's a couple things. You can close this hearing or you can continue this hearing, and there are a lot of issues for the applicant to address. I'm not sure, Michael, you can go over your memo, which relates to both applications as to where we are in time frame with these applications, but I think we do need to make sure that we have officially and formally entered everything from 545 into the 555 record. So I'm not sure if the applicant would like to address anything related to the 541 application right now, or if we should continue this public hearing, or maybe have Michael go over. Why don't you go over your memo, Michael? I think that's clear.
Thank you, Jennifer. If it please you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. So to just introduce as the applicant comes back to answer any questions, we have I've provided you all with some history on just the time limits of this. This application originally came before you in March, went back and forth on original comments, eventually withdrew and resubmitted because it ran out of time. That was in August. Back and forth on plans. Again, as you heard, we've been through 3 full rounds of comments and revisions with Land Tech. The final day for this commission to hold the public hearing, at which point it must be closed, is the 10th of January, 2024 by statute. At which point you have 35 days to render a decision, which brings us to a lovely Valentine's Day decision if you were to take the maximum amount of time. Unfortunately, the real issue is that we are approaching the end of year holiday season. We are running low on meetings that we have already scheduled, and scheduling public special meetings at this time can get a little bit complicated. We have a meeting on this calendar for the 4th of December, the 12th month. I remember that one. The 4th of December, we have a meeting on the schedule. That is 2 weeks. As you heard today from the comments of our peer reviewers, there are still several engineering challenges to overcome, and particularly with the back basin. There will be another round of comments and revisions, which and answers to the questions that we heard tonight, which I'm sure the applicant will speak to. After that, we have a scheduled Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, which we could schedule an Inland Wetlands meeting before on the 18th. Then after that, because of how December 18th.
Yeah.
So there's a meeting on the 4th, and we could schedule a special meeting on the 18th. After that, the next meeting would fall on New Year's Day, and we're not going to do that. The next scheduled meeting would put us out of the time frame. So we have realistically 2 meetings 1 month before this application runs out of time per statute to be considered and is automatically rejected. It's not really rejected. It's just kind of pocket vetoed, if you want to use that terminology. At which point, this application becomes subject to the moratorium that was imposed in August. Because, it's the same kind of application. We put in a specific provision that would allow applications already in the pipeline to continue. If this application were to fail at that point, it could not again be resubmitted until the moratorium ended. That is just to put everyone in the mindset of where we are with the time frame and decision making. There's certainly many questions that remain to be addressed, but I'll stop talking now, Mr. Chair, and turn it back over to you and the applicant.
Okay.
Can we ask for an extension?
No, there are no extension periods left over.
Oh.
By statute, the maximum amount of time that an application has to be considered once a public hearing is opened is 35 days plus 65 days if the applicant consents. I have consent letters coming in from Mr. Seaman, who's sitting there, to the maximum time frame, which will bring us to January 10th. But we can go no further by statute.
Okay. So, I'll let the applicants speak, and if you do have any questions for the peer reviewers, I'll give you a chance to ask those as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Evan Seaman, Robinson and Cole in Hartford. I'm a lawyer. I'm not a soil scientist or civil engineer, but here to speak about some of the procedural issues that we were just discussing. And as Mr. Stankov mentioned, we do have letters of extension granting the agency extension of time to continue this hearing, which we would respectfully request. Some of the comments that some of the back and forth with Land Tech and some of the comments that were received just came in this weekend. So we would like the opportunity to respond to those if possible. And I am prepared to respond to some of the comments we just heard from the public. And I'm happy to do so now if the commission would like, and I could keep it brief.
Yes, briefly, because it appears that this is going to be continued.
Yes,
so,
thank you.
Make some brief comments.
Sure.
Yeah.
So in no particular order, there was a suggestion that the delineation of wetlands on the property is.
Get close to the.
Yeah. I apologize. Can you hear me?
Chew on the microphone.
The first comment, there was a suggestion that the delineation of wetlands on the property is not accurate. It actually, both Land Tech and our wetlands consultant, Mr. Davison, do agree on the delineation of wetlands on the property. So I wanted to make that clear. The second comment, there was reference to a statute, section 8-8 of the Connecticut General Statutes. That's actually a statute dealing with zoning regulations, an appeal of a zoning decision. It's not relevant for two reasons. One, it's a zoning statute, and two, it's talking about a potential appeal to court, nothing that should concern this agency right now. There were also some comments made. I don't want to look at this. I don't want to see this. Those are considerations that aren't within the Wetlands Agency's purview. That's something that will come up in the zoning review that's relevant to zoning, but it's not relevant to the wetlands wetlands regulations that are before you this evening. There was also suggestion about water quality and things of that nature. One thing that wasn't mentioned that I just wanted to point out, and I think this is part of your record, is we did appear before the Conservation Commission back in May. And as part of that, both 545 and 555 were reviewed by the Conservation Commission. And part of the decision of the Conservation Commission stated, I quote, to recognize the conservation easement as of high value to Cedar Brook watershed. So this is the conservation easement. This is collectively between the two properties, the 20 acres that'll be placed in.
Get a little bit closer.
I'm sorry. I'm going to repeat what I just said.
Yeah.
We appeared before the Conservation Commission back in May as part of the advisory review process for 541 and 555. And as part of that review, the Conservation Commission issued a written finding in which it stated in part to recognize the conservation easement as of high value to the Cedar Brook watershed. So that's referring to the 20 acres between the two properties that are proposed to be placed in conservation. So it did the Conservation Commission again did recognize that easement as quote of high value to Cedar Brook watershed. Just wanted to point that out for you. Almost done. Okay. I do, as I mentioned, I do have the letters granting extensions of time, which I will give to Mr. Sankov right now for the record. Anything else that you wanted to say right now?
Thank you. Just in response to the Land Tech reviews and process, we certainly appreciate Land Tech's help, assistance, guidance, as well as their comments and the comments from the public. We obviously view them all as important. And I don't really see any issue with the Land Tech comments. I think that process is working just the way the town and everybody would want it to work in terms of having a constructive back and forth. It's resulting in a better plan. I think most of the things that Andy and Tom talked about, as the applicant, I don't know that we see an issue with most of them. We'll certainly take them all under advisement, and I think we'll advance the plans just as we've been doing up to this point to try to make the plans better on all levels. So I think that's been a constructive dialogue, and I think we intend to just continue along the process and implement most, if not all, of those suggestions.
Okay. So is it the sense of the commission that this is going to be continued anyway? So let's let this process go forward. If you have any burning questions right now, you could ask them, but otherwise I think we could continue this to the 4th of December. Oh, yes, Katie, sorry. I've ignored the television there.
I just have to say that I have to recuse myself from voting simply because I am an abutter to this situation. But talking as a resident of the town, I just feel that yes, we should.
Katie, I'm sorry, we have to interrupt you. If you are gonna, you need to speak during the public comment period.
Okay.
So we do have to procedurally go to the hearing for 555. And you could request that your comments be entered in the record for 555 and 541, or the chairman could entertain you to speak as a member of the public. But procedurally, we just have to make sure that these lines are very clear to protect the town.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So when would be the best time to have her talk as when we start the next public hearing?
When we start the next public hearing.
Okay.
5-ish minutes from now, potentially.
So hold that thought, Katie. We'll get in 5 minutes. We'll get back to you. Okay. So, do we need a motion to continue? Yeah. Okay. So it's
So this is a question of continuation of we have 2 meetings in December of the 4th, or a special meeting that we can call on the 18th. I have a letter from Robinson Cole requesting a continuation to the 4th. Jennifer Kaufman is telling me we may have a difficult load on the 4th.
So the 18th would be better for our scheduling.
What is your pleasure?
Would you consent to the applicant through you, Mr. Chair? Would you consent to an extension to the 18th? That would probably be easier for our department with our anticipated load on the 4th.
Also, the 4th comes up pretty soon.
It is only 2 weeks from now, and there are some comments to go through.
Yeah. Okay.
If that is amenable to the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So I would entertain a motion to continue this to the 18th.
DeVivo move to continue the public hearing for 541 Middle Turnpike until
Special meeting on
a special meeting on December 18th
Yes, at we'll say 6:05 p.m.
at 6:05 p.m.
Moved by DeVivo. Second by Ross. All in favor? I got you, Zach. Okay.
I don't have a vote from Mr. Alfredoni.
I have to recuse myself as well.
Yes.
He's also recused. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I abstain.
Okay. Recused and abstained.
December
Okay, December 18th is it. All right, let's move on to the 555
Yes.
Middle Turnpike.
So we open the public hearing for 555.
Okay.
And then,
And we could take public comment immediately.
so what staff will recommend here, just because this is an unusual situation, is to turn to the applicant for the applicant to say, we would like to enter all of our statements pertaining to 541 into the record for 555, for the
Okay.
commission to say accepted, and then to go through the same process again.
Got it. Okay, so I opened the hearing for 555 Middle Turnpike at 8:45 PM with members present, Aho, Chandy, DeVivo, Fraterni, Ross, Wooch, Ward, and alternates, Anglin and Frattoni.
Mr. Chair, since the Fertonis have
Oh,
recused
that's right.
themselves,
Sorry.
I would suggest you need to seat Mr. Open.
Yes. Adam,
And
your first chance to be seated. All right.
also that, well, we can, the Fertonis were seated as part of the previous public hearing. However, they have stated on the record that they are recusing themselves. So.
Okay.
So for statutory deciding and who gets to vote, Mr. Open can be seated. I believe we will check with the attorney, but it should be fine. Yes.
Okay, I think I understand that. Okay, does the applicant wish to continue the remarks that were for 541 to 555? Yes, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Evan Seaman, Robinson and Cole on behalf of the applicant, Benchmark. And as was noted, we do respectfully request that the record from the presentation and written record from the 541 Middle Turnpike application be incorporated into this record for 555 Middle Turnpike. And I think that is all that's required of us at this time.
That's right. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll go to the public hearing. We'll hear from the public on this and start off with and we'll go straight to Katie. Katie, put your public hat on and feel free to speak as a member of the public.
As a member of the public and a close abutter to this development, I really want us to look at what Land Tech has presented to us. I have read what they presented, and they have a lot of what they presented to the commission and what their representatives talked about tonight. That there's some discrepancies that need to be dealt with. And I think we need to look at those and go from there.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the public would like to speak to this? Yes, forward.
Allison Hilding, 17 Southwood Road. I would like to make a comment, and it's relative to both this evening's applications, and that is the manner in which this agency uses the peer information from the peer reviewer. Effectively, it's become the tax dollars, the residents of Mansfield paying for a developer to fine-tune their project to the point that you accept it. In this regard, what I'm saying is that your peer reviewer presents information to you, to the developer, which they then take and adjust and adjust and adjust their project till they get it to a point where you almost have to accept it. Were you to take the information that, for instance, in this case, Land Tech presents to you, a whole long list of problems and objections, and you were to take that and use that to objectively look at the project. Here's what the developer's offering, asking for. Here's what our engineer, environmental specialist, whatever, have found in terms of problems with this project. In this case, you surely have had enough issues brought up that you had a legitimate basis on which to reject this application. Instead, you have taken all of these and gone back to the developer, basically enabling them to get their project through. And I question the way in which the peer reviewer information is being used. I think that it's warped. I think that you are misusing the information presented to you, and you are putting yourself in a box with the way in which you use it. So I would ask you to please take the information from your peer reviewer and look at it as to whether or not this project either of these projects is actually suitable to the property, to the site in question. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
If I may, as a point of clarification for the public, Mr. Chair.
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To clarify a comment made about tax dollars and payment of third-party reviewers from the town, no tax dollars are used to pay for these things. Third-party reviewers are, per our regulations, paid for by the applicant. We just want to clarify this for people's knowledge on this, to make sure that everyone understands that this is a cost that we put on the applicant, but the reviewer does still work for us, so that they are a separate third party being paid neutrally to review the design, and it does not cost the taxpayers dollars.
And just one more point for because this commission spent a lot of time qualifying peer reviewers. So that we went through a competitive request for proposal. These proposals were then vetted by the commission. And so we have an on-call list. And then when we get an application, we get an estimate, and then the applicant is required per our code of ordinances to pay the complete fee, but they report to the agency. They're your peer reviewers. So I know you all know that, but I think it's important for the public to understand that, just because of all of the applications that we've been hearing over the past year.
Thank you. Oh, yes, please.
I've heard a lot of things about these engineers and things like that are involved in this. But I want to say one thing. Charlie Vidic, I'm sure you all know him. The portfolio that I sent to the town of Mansfield, has everybody looked at it and seen it? Amen to that. Anybody here seen it? And the other thing I'm gonna say is this, and this is upsetting to me, and I'm gonna be very calm about it. I don't have proof of this thing now because the unit that I had was taken. But my wife is a witness to it, and I'll even take a polygraph. I'll swear on the Bible. In the internet, the town of Mansfield, and I spoke to this gentleman over here about what they talked about, the 541, that 2025 of August 5th, they're going to start construction of it. Now, I was told, oh, it's a misprint. Nope. When I came home, guess what? It was taken off the internet. Think about that.
I didn't see that. Did you see that written anyplace?
Staff has reviewed the last times that we have updated things like the development record. There was a time where we were doing a simplification of some of the records online, which were getting long. We did at no point, to the best of any of our recollection, ever put that construction was going to begin on this project.
Yeah.
They are construction estimates for other projects that have been approved, but on this project, no.
Plus, you can't begin construction until you've been approved, and no one automatically gets approved for anything. I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just saying that from.
Charlie Vitt and Charlie Osborne, he was involved. I called Charlie.
Mr. Chair, we should, if there's going to be
Okay.
crosstalk, it should be at the mic. Otherwise,
Yeah,
we
you
should
have-
not entertain for the record.
Yeah, you have to come up to the mic if you want to add anything to, okay, all right. Yes, come on up.
Jennifer, thank you for the correction. Allison Hilding, 17 Southwood Road. Thank you for the correction on the funding for the peer reviewer. I did know that. I forgot and I apologize. I do have a question on the peer reviewer. You were going through the process and you send it out to bid. It is my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, that you sent this out to bid for a peer reviewer for this project. And historically, the town picks the lowest bidder. No.
The way this process works is there is a request for, if I may, Mr.
Sure,
Chair. There's a process, so we qualify, we send it out on all the listservs, there's a state bid list, a number of different places are where we legally have to post all of our notifications for bids. And I think it's every 3 years, we requalify people. So last May, the Inland Wetlands Agency and Planning and Zoning Commission qualified a series of consultants that they felt were qualified to do peer review on all of these applications. We have this list. Then when we get an application in, we send it out to the individual firms that have been qualified and they send us a proposal. Then the commission chooses the people who, or the firms that have submitted proposals. If you go back to the record, you'll notice that sometimes they've chosen the lowest bidder, but usually that's not the case. They've grown to have, they look at the qualifications.
So in this particular case, it's my understanding that one of the bidders on this, who actually was the lowest bidder, was the consultant or the engineer that had done the very commendable job on the Gates property, but yet was not chosen for this. Had a fine track record with the town on being a peer reviewer and offered the lowest bid, but yet you chose someone differently. Is there, can I?
I think
Okay.
that we can't engage with that right now.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyone else like to, the applicant can come up and I don't think there's anyone else who wants to speak on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, Evan Seaman again on behalf of the applicant, and like the first application for 541, we would also request that this be continued. And I just wanted the letters that I handed you, Mr. Stankoff, do say December 4th. So just to avoid any confusion, can I hand mark in December 18th?
Okay.
Thanks. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the public who'd like to speak? Yeah, come on up, come on up.
The information I gave you about the August 5th, that was the Wetlands Committee approving it. Construction, it said, construction will start August of 25.
Well, the way that the commission works is that no construction can start until after.
Oh,
it goes
I
through
understand, I
the
understand.
Wetlands Agency and then the planning and zoning.
I
So
know.
don't believe everything you see on the internet.
And may I add also then a zoning permit, then a building permit.
Right, then you got a zoning permit, then a building permit. So there's many, many steps.
And speaking, I just wanted to bring up the portfolio that I gave you, just to let you know, Charlie Vedic, I'm sure you know him, and this is very interesting because he is a college man for wetlands. He's got 2 bachelors in wetlands and a PhD. He worked for the government, so he is quite knowledgeable of what he's saying. And I'm hoping you take a close look at that.
I've known him for 60 years.
So there you go. You know who he is.
I
then.
know very well.
Very smart man.
Very smart man. Anyone else would like to speak tonight? I would suggest that we continue this, like the other one. I would entertain a motion to that effect.
I make a motion that we continue the public hearing on 555 Middle Turnpike to the special meeting on December 18th at 6:10.
Moved by DeVivo.
Second.
All right, your first, go Adam. Second by Open. All right. You will now show up in the minutes. Yeah, we already continued one of them. We're continuing the second one now. Okay.
We should have a vote.
Yes, all in favor? Those who are voting, is unanimous. And so it is continued. No, he pointed out that we have to do both of them, but we already did the first one. Okay. Okay, so, under old business, we did close the, proposed amendment, so we could consider that tonight. The other two, we do not consider tonight.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I believe we prepared a motion, which I can pull up
Yes.
if we, do we plug that in? No. We put it on the desks, right? So we have a motion there, in front of you.
Yeah, if someone would like to put that forward, we can then discuss it. Is that a long one? No, that's not the long one.
We misplaced our pile of motions. One moment, please.
I guess I'm assuming.
Mr. DeVivo, this would be the movement for W1633, which should be on the front of the first page. You don't have to feel pressured to read the motion, but you often do.
It's very well clarified.
There's
Thank you,
no
Mr. Chair.
pressure. I'll read nice and slow so we get it done. I DeVivo move effective 11/20/2023 to approve the IWA initiated amendments to the Inland Wetlands Regulation file W1633 revised to November 20th, 2023, including 1, reorganization to improve functionality. 2, necessary amendments pursuant to Connecticut Public Act 21-29, changes to state statutes identifying case law and to enhance consistency between terms. And 3, expand definitions of significant impact to further protect riparian corridor areas. In approving this amendment, the Inland Wetlands Agency has reviewed and considered all public hearing testimony and communications, including reports from the State of Connecticut DEEP, Wetlands Division, Mansfield Consultants, Tyke Planning and Policy Group, Mansfield Director of Planning and Development, the Conservation Commission, and the Mansfield Town Attorney. The agency makes the following findings in the adoption of these amendments. 1, the amendments promote the purposes of wetland regulations identified in section 22A-36 of the Connecticut General Statutes, protecting the indispensable and irreplaceable but fragile natural resource with which the citizens of the state have been endowed. They are adopted pursuant to the provisions and authority granted by section 22A-42A governing wetlands commissions and their adoption of regulations. 2, the proposed amendments will help to implement goals 2.2 and 2.5 of the Mansfield Tomorrow Plan of Conservation and Development, the PDOC, related to preserving and protecting water resources and prevention of natural disasters such as flooding. This amendment shall become effective December 5th, 2023, or 15 days after the publication of the decision in the Willimantic Chronicle.
Moved by DeVivo. second by Ward.
Ward seconds.
Okay. Any discussion?
So for Tony and both for Tony's are seated.
Oh, that's right.
And Adam and Mr. Open is not seated right now.
Okay. And one thing about not being seated, Adam, one thing about not being seated, I was unseated for many years. You can speak all the time except after a motion. So, and Vera knew how to take full advantage of that when she was unseated. She was a model of how to participate. So don't be shy, except after a motion, then you have to be very shy. Okay, any discussion? Okay, if not, those in favor of the motion? Okay, believe it passes unanimously. Okay, inland wetlands is done at 9:05 p.m. And we have just one more commission to do.
Staff would like to thank everyone who's been waiting patiently.
Okay. Planning and zoning, November 20th at 9:05 p.m. is called to order. Members present are Aho, Chandy, DeVivo, Katie Fertoni, Larry Ross, Butch, Ward, and alternates Anglin and Al Fertoni are seated for the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting tonight. Adam is present but unseated. We have minutes from October 16th.
I, Chandy, move that they be accepted as presented.
Moved by Chandy,
Second by DeVivo.
second by DeVivo. Any comments? Any discussion? All in favor? Passes unanimously. We have a public hearing.
Just very quickly,
Yes.
if I may.
Yeah.
So in addition to my zoning agent reports, I did just want to mention that in your absence, Mr. Chair, the vice chair and I approved two site plan modifications.
Okay.
One for Ted's Restaurant at King Hill Road to enclose an exterior staircase. No change in the footprint or setbacks or anything. And they're going to add a pickup window as well as part of this project. And the other site plan modification we did was for the elementary school to move a shed from the Vinton location, a small shed under 200 square feet, to the new elementary school.
Okay. The Ted's had nothing to do with the project next door.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. Okay, thank you. So we have a public hearing tonight related to gravel, couple gravel ones. Okay, so first one is the application of Edward Hall for gravel removal operation located on Bassett's Bridge Road. And the public hearing is opened at 9:07 p.m. Members present are Aho, Chandy, DeVivo, Fertoni, Ross, Butch, Ward, alternates Anglin and Fertoni. Al Fertoni are seated.
In terms of voting, because the alternates were not here for the public hearing, I think it's important for them to recuse themselves, or, I mean, they can,
Okay,
and unless, of course, they listen to the full hearing, the record of the hearing, the recording of the hearing. So, but it just might be safer if they did.
yeah, they kind of came in the middle of things.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Very well. I recuse myself.
Okay. And
Yeah.
Al as well. Okay, thank you.
Do I need to recuse? I recuse myself.
You weren't seated, but thank you.
Unseated and
Thank you very much.
okay.
Mr. Chair, I can start off with just an update from staff. I provided a memo for pertaining to this application relating to staff's efforts to work with the applicant. Jillian Woodmansee and I met with the applicant during the month of November in order to make sure that we had the individual answers to each application question that as they are stated in our regulations, and we have provided those answers individually to you. I've also provided a supplementary memo for your consideration pertaining to some of the questions that we heard at the public hearing. If it please the chair, I can explain specifically those points now.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So I'm going to pull this up on the screen and share it such that we have this to share. This should be visible to everyone who is online. And now we are going to move it over here such that it is visible to the public in the room as well. So there are just a few points that I would like to go over. Previously, we heard complaints about hours of operation. And staff would like to indicate again that hours of operation are ultimately up to the commission in terms of when you allow these hours to occur. It is noted in the regulations that the potential hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, though there are certain restrictions on activities on Saturdays. There are previously existing restrictions on hours on these properties, which have been noted. But ultimately, the hours of operation are up to you. Second, we know that several people made comment about the amount of dust that could be raised by an earth excavation process, particularly on the property of Mr. Edward Hall. We would like to note that in speaking with other staff in the office, this is a very limited area of operation. The amount of dust that can be kicked up is often contingent on the extraction size. The amount of work done in an air does not seem to staff, based on our professional opinion, to lead to the likelihood of substantial aerosolization of dust. And there are already conditions in the permit in place that will ensure that should dust become airborne following such an observation, staff could require that additional dust protections be put in place. That is already existing. So we have already considered those things. Third, we would like to note that there were some concerns about an adjoining lot, some work being taken on an adjoining lot. We wanted to provide very, very brief background on that. That lot was once part of this property, but was since separated. So any work ongoing on that property is a separate matter. We are working with the new owners of that property in order to resolve some existing erosion issues and see that area revegetated. But it is a separate matter. We just want to let you know that we are working on that already. Those are the three primary concerns that we heard related to this project that we thought needed more information. That's all I have, unless there are questions from the committee.
I guess my question would be, in the public hearing the other day, there seemed to be times when the applicant didn't follow the rules always completely. Are there ways for us to enforce the rules that we're making?
An excellent question, Mr. Chair. So we will, the applicant will be allowed up momentarily when the public hearing recommences, as well as opportunity for the public to speak about that. But we would like to point out, and it was brought up in the wetlands meeting we just heard, there was an accusation that we have no control over maintenance. We have no control over enforcing our powers. We do. So with a violation like this is a violation of the conditions of an existing special permit, and it's a zoning violation. Our zoning violations can be enforced via our citation hearing process, where we can issue citations for each individual process on each day up to a certain amount. And that goes through a process that is analogous to the hearings for traffic tickets.
though there are certain vagaries between those processes. After that, there are options where we can send a cease and desist should something not be resolved after due notice is given. Violations of a cease and desist can be brought before a court in a request for injunction should conditions continue to get worse. Otherwise, we have legal processes and the power to enforce our regulations through the court of law, with violations being able to be enforced with financial penalties. We prefer for all involved parties to find a equitable way to do this that does not involve the courts. That tends to take a long time. We find that most people, given a decent amount of time and help from staff, can resolve their violation without too much pain. And we have suggested in the draft motion for a potential approval of this application, one such condition for this property pertaining to the revegetation of that buffer.
Okay, well, I guess we should bring the applicant forward. Is there anything else we need to do to open the hearing?
I don't believe so. I think we just opened the hearing. It was already open. It
Because
was already read
already
to the
open,
record,
right,
and
it's already
yes.
Okay.
Michael, if you could note that we did receive some communications.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Jennifer. So, no, I don't want to screen share. Thank you. One moment, please.
There were 5 communications that were uploaded to your packet, but we did receive 2 today that were just uploaded to your packet.
Yes. So why is this not?
The first one.
We received
Oh,
one
okay.
after 5 p.m. But we did have multiple communications. I'm just going to list out who sent these. I will not read them in full. But these are, sorry, let me just get to where we're going. So we received an email from the Mount Hope Montessori School, from G. Slotnick, from the Lissies, and that was on 10/16. We also received a letter from R and L Dunstan on 11/12, from Chilton Ferrari on 11/20, and on C. Zhang on 11/20, as well as the aforementioned note from Harper also on 11/20. So we received multiple communications about this, all largely concerned with the topics that I've previously brought up or that you yourself, Mr. Chair, raised concerning enforcement.
Okay, good. Thank you. Mr. Hall.
Good evening, Edward Hall, 35 Mansfield Hollow Road.
And pull it close. Yep, there you go. Yeah.
Edward Hall, 35 Mansfield Hollow Road. What do you have?
Is there anything further you'd like to say about your application?
I believe that what we discussed when I was with Jolene and Michael, I did ask, I did bring up one thing after the meeting when I read every word of when we talked, where it talks about the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And there were complaints that I work outside the hours that were supposedly adhered to. When it all began, there was a whole fleet of trucks running, sometimes 15 trucks at a time, or thereabouts. I operate with one truck. On a rarest occasion, a second one might help out. I'd like the opportunity to put one load on after what I think it was 5 o'clock on an occasional time. Without making a habit of it, there's 7 months out of the year that normally stuff gets hauled out. It's usually been frozen for 4 or 5 months and there's no activity. So it could be very beneficial on rare occasions to the customer and to myself to be able to provide the service I try to provide.
So you agree with the guidelines that you developed with Michael and Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Well, yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Michael, in this motion, the buffer, is that the buffer area where there had been trees cut that they had complained about?
Yes, thank you,
and the
Vera.
effect on their property?
So yes, so that is the buffer area that is referred to. So I will just note this condition. It's in the memos. It's in the memo, but this is essentially what staff is recommending here is that this buffer needs to be restored to the condition it was previously in. The noted reason for the buffer originally is a screen, a natural screen of vegetation between the existing residential uses to the south and the ongoing excavation to the north. It is not reasonable, given our lack of knowledge of the existing topography of that area, to expect that put back where it is, but that does not mean that the screening function cannot be restored through plantings and stabilization. Staff is recommending that over the course of the next 6 months, the applicant engages with the NRCS, the Natural Resource Conservation Service arm of the USDA, and with staff to develop and submit a plan for permanent stabilization and planting. That this plan will be executed and begin by the end of that 6-month period. And that staff will follow through such that we could achieve permanent stabilization of that area and it returns to its role as a screening service. We believe that this is both a fair amount of time to gain the services of a professional like NRCS who does work with local farmers to preserve their land, as well as fair for the applicant to put together the ways in which this is going to do, the resources to do it, while also ensuring that by the time that we reach the next growing season, we can have plantings begin, and such that we can have a prompt response after the winter.
Okay. Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak in favor or against this? Yes, go ahead. Come forward. Yeah.
Mr. Hall.
Hi, Dr. Matthew Lissy from 89 Mansfield Hollow Road, Mansfield Center. I abut Mr. Hall's property. I'm going to keep my comments as brief as possible. Most of us didn't know we were going to be here so late. I thank you guys for your service and for hearing the comments. I do appreciate hearing about the buffer area restoration. That was one of the biggest concerns of the neighborhood. I will say that this is a neighborhood. And that I think is the most important part. I don't want to see Mr. Hall lose his livelihood. That's not why I'm here. That's never why I was here. I moved into the area about 6.5 years ago. It's a pet peeve of mine when people do that and then try to change everything. Well, that's not what I'm here to do. I had this document with the special permit where it said in the second Roman numeral, said approval was granted subject to the conditions given below and must strictly be adhered to due to potential adverse neighborhood impacts. Any violation shall be reason for revocation, non-renewal of this permit. Again, I'm not out to see him lose his livelihood. That's not why I'm here. You didn't know my name. You never saw me for most of that 6.5 years I lived here. And that's because Mr. Hall cooperated with the permit and he never messed with the buffer area. He was never up there. There was never a problem. You would hear trucks, you would see trucks, whatever. Then COVID hit and he started and he went crazy with it and destroyed the buffer area. There was comments, well, we can't put the hill back. Actually, you might be able to if you take the overburden or the dirt that comes off above the gravel. In mining terms, they call that overburden. And you take that overburden and now place that where the hillside was removed. you could effectively restore the hillside as well, and then additionally put the trees on it. It would be a great way to restore that area to what it actually was. Which I think there is an obligation to restore it. It was supposed to not be touched. If it wasn't touched, I wouldn't be here. A lot of us wouldn't be here tonight. You guys might have gotten to go home early. I don't know. Really what it comes down to is the rights of an individual or the desires, I should say, of an individual and the rights of a community. We have a historical community. And again, we are the historical district down there. Those hillsides frame our historic district. They've been there for hundreds and hundreds of years. And to just have them removed like that out of nowhere, you know, and I don't fault anybody. I know it was COVID. I get that. So I know there was limited responsibility or limited ability to respond, I should say. So, and that's water over the dam. That's irrelevant right now. But again, I think we can put this back. I think we can restore it to what it was. The other thing the other area that I'm kind of shocked with are the hours, the proposed change in hours. It was always 8 a.m. to 5:30 in the permits. Now, Mr. Hall would violate that. He would be even mining on Sundays when he wasn't supposed to. You'd have the family over, you get the grill out and you'd have a little barbecue or something on Saturday. And, you know, there it is, 5, 6 o'clock in the summer, 7 o'clock, he's up there mining on the hillside, especially where he wasn't supposed to be in addition. So it's like a double whammy. We have children in the neighborhood. It's a neighborhood. You wanna be able to sleep in on the weekend. You want to be able to, you know, an 8 to 5:30. Well, most people work during that time. Nobody's harmed when you do an 8 to 5:30. But doing a 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., you're going to be harmed. And I read over all this stuff, and it's talking about on Saturday doing a 7 to 7. And oh, we could, you know, we'll have deliveries, we'll have loads leaving, we'll have loads coming. We're not in an industrial zone. That's not what any of us signed up for. I moved with this zoning permit. I read that over and I moved and bought the property based on that because I figured an 8 to 5:30 Monday through Friday and an 8 to 1 on Saturday isn't really going to hurt anybody. Mr. Hall would be able to do what he needed to do to earn his livelihood, and we'd all be able to have our peace and tranquility when we got home from work and on our weekends, and we wouldn't be negatively impacted. And I think that's the biggest point here that I wanted to make, is that nobody has to lose in this situation. There's everybody can coexist. If he just cooperated with what was on there, you have reasonable hours, 8 to 5:30. I would have done a 9 to 5, but you know, not going to split hairs here. And 8 to 5:30, he earns his livelihood. We maintain our peace and tranquility, raise our families, be proud residents of Mansfield, and the buffer area gets restored. He'll have to restore that for what he did. All right, and that's nobody else but him who did that. Everybody wins. Everybody coexists. And that's the biggest thing I wanted to get across. Boy, I had a lot of notes here. Give me 1 second. I was a little nervous when I read through. There was a lot of material to read through. I did see something in there about excavation 50 feet from the property line would have to have special announcement of that and all that other stuff. And I'm really not understanding that. And I don't really need an explanation of that. I just wanted to make you guys aware of that. He's got about, I think it was 104 acres. I don't really remember, but it's a large sum of property. And the gravel mine was right smack dab in the middle of that. And I really have to tip my hat to the people who came up with the conditions of this permit, because it was very, very well thought out, right in the center of that property. Doesn't really harm anybody around it. It didn't seem like it would. And with the buffer zone in place and with the hours of operation from 8 to 5:30, you know, it didn't seem that bad. And honestly, for years, I know there was a feud with the former owners of my house. I don't know what their gripes were, and I really never investigated them because I didn't care. You know, that was between Mr. Hall and them. And for years, Mr. Hall and I got along until the buffer zone started coming down and his son's property, the trees, which I know we're not talking about that one now, but what I'm asking, and I'm repeating myself, and I'm sorry for that, but sometimes that's needed. But what I'm asking is for you guys to find a way, all of you, to find a way to help everybody coexist. And we had a way to do that. And everybody moved in with that. And I moved in with that. And to suddenly pull the rug out from under the residents of the neighborhood so one individual can, I'm not sure if I don't know if it's more profit or just more convenience or what it is. None of us get everything we want, right? But just to have it so we can all live and do what we need to do and just raise our families and go on with our ways. And I thank you for listening to me, and I'm sorry, I promised to be brief, but brevity is not my strong suit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sure.
Mic on.
You've made the point several times that you are not looking to deprive Mr. Hall of his livelihood,
Correct.
but you do want to hold him accountable to what the zoning permit allowed.
Correct.
And that you are saying that there's some middle ground here where both parties can win. Correct.
Correct.
You heard Mr. Stankiewicz describe what would be in effect were Mr. Hall to get his permit renewed. Does that satisfy you?
I think that, as I said, I was very impressed to hear that. I think the restoration of the buffer area, to hear this board talk about restoring the buffer area to what it was, and I know you're never going to get apples and apples. It might be apples and a pear now, but it's gonna be comparable. It'll be the best that can be done given the situation. It's just my additional suggestion was taking some of that overburden from what I understand of mining is relatively not worth as much. And that could be put back to extend that hill further. I know some of my neighbors down the street never could see back there either. Now they got a clear shot. And when I go onto that section of my property, I have a clear shot into Mr. Hall's operation, which I never used to have. That used to all be a nice hillside. So without costing Mr. Hall any additional money, as he's taking the overburden off anyway, you got to put it somewhere. Why not deposit it back where that hillside used to be? And then that way it would make it put that back. And then as the whole thing gets reforested, in a few years, I would imagine even just letting the trees go, letting nature take its course is going to be nice. I know there was some talk of planting some pine trees or something like that have year-round screening, and probably to give the forest some time, because even in the wintertime, we never used to be able to see Mr. Hall's property. Did I sufficiently answer that?
You did.
Thank you very much for your question.
I just want to remind the commission just to be a little bit careful there. While you can ask a member of the public clarifying questions, procedurally, there shouldn't be like a real dialogue going back and forth. So I think we're within those guardrails, but I just want to make sure we respect those procedures that you've established.
I thought that was clarifying for what my opinions
That's
were.
just a little reminder.
But- Thank you. Anything else? Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, and thank you everyone for your time, extended time and service this evening. I'm Gladriel Chilton. I am here on behalf of my family that lives at 8 Mansfield Hollow Road Extension. Like our neighbor, Mr. Lissy, we really encourage and support everyone in the neighborhood using their land as they need to for their health, happiness, and livelihood. Our concerns is that the previous permit was violated. And so my question for the commission is really how, if the permit is renewed and you know, I'm an optimist, assuming all of those provisions that, you know, were outlaid beautifully by the staff to help restore that buffer zone. But, you know, assuming approval of the permit with provisions that really help maintain the neighborhood, how will the applicant's work and the gravel pit be monitored, especially given this history of permit violations? Thank you.
Katie Leak, 77 Mansfield Hall Road. I sort of share the same sentiment as the person who was just before me. I like the proposal to restore the buffer that you guys have put forward. However, 6 months is a long time. In 6 months, a lot of damage can be done. You know, when we came up here before, Matt and I said we had heard Ed digging the Sunday before. We had seen him digging. We had seen the big yellow truck he uses up on the ridge digging, and that was in the buffer zone. So that was as early as recent as before October 16th when we had that meeting. So and then when he came up subsequent to that, he was saying how he was fulfilling a gravel order. So I guess my question is, what is the plan to make sure that there is no digging in that buffer zone prior to the 6 months that he has to come up with the actual plan to reforest? Because we just want to make sure no further damage is done in that actual area. Thank you.
I suppose that could be added, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, to respond to your question. Yes, so the buffer area, we have maps of it. So we have maps drawn of the buffer area. And so the whole area must be restored or it's not restored. So if more disturbance were to occur in the buffer area isn't restored until it's all back in place. And a plan is in place for it. As for continued monitoring, that is the purpose of these yearly permit renewals and my hiring onto the staff in many ways.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Emily Lissy, 89 Mansfield Hollow Road. I just had questions about the new comments about some of the questions that were addressed from the last meeting. Some of the comments, especially from like the Montessori school and about the children in the neighborhood and the dust. We have 3 children that are fairly young, and some of the research that's done about some of the dust, and to say that, oh, just talking to people in the office about the dust and that they don't think that there is that much. At the last meeting, there was brought up about how there's all this new technology out there about this environmental testing of the dust and everything, and that was talked about getting looked into. Just wondering about how that was looked into, and besides just how we talk to people in the office and there's not much dust, whether or not that was actually monitored and some of those new tests that are available now because the technology has changed.
I don't know about anything about tests.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. So to clarify what I meant when my initial comments, when I said I spoke to people in the office, I spoke to our 3 engineers on town staff, some of whom have construction experience, asking their opinions on things like construction dust, proper controls, the conditions that we had in place. Specifically, Derek Delay, I believe I approached him about this question. He's our assistant town engineer. So in terms of this, the amount of dust that is generated is very contingent on environmental conditions. Existing permit conditions that are already in place and will be renewed as part of this call for dust monitoring for roads to be doused with water in dusty conditions that would generate dust. And under the instance that there is excess dust generated, which would be determined by town staff, that further conditions would be required in order to control all dust. The extent of further conditions required to control all dust is not particularly clarified, which means that town staff's interpretation would be that that grants us wide powers to control dust. But we don't believe any new testing was done. We haven't explored any further technologies. If that was a request to the commission before granting any new excavation permits, that is fair. But this is a small scale operation. We're talking hundreds of yards a year, not tens of thousands.
Anyone else like to speak to this? Any reason to keep this hearing open, or should we close it down?
I would move to close the hearing.
Okay. So we have a motion to close the hearing by Ward. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ross. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Okay. Passes unanimously. So the hearing is closed at 9:40 p.m. Okay, we have one more.
Just
Gravel
something
pit.
to be mindful about the
Yeah.
time. We are going to have to take a brief break at a little bit before 10, just to
Yep.
confirm that we have enough, that our Zoom is working.
Yeah, we have to take a break anyway because it's 2 hours.
Right.
Okay, so we have another gravel pit. Special permit application of Stephen Banis for gravel removal operation on Pleasant Valley Road. This has also been continued. Do we have a similar list of things that oh, we gotta open it, sorry. Okay, it's getting late. Okay, so I open the hearing on the application of Stephen Banis for a gravel removal operation located on Pleasant Valley Road at 9:40 p.m. Members present are Aho, Chandy, DeVivo, Tony Ross, Ward, and alternates Anglin and Tony, who are seated. For absent members, Corsi and Cooley.
Thank you,
We're
Mr. Chair. So much like with the previous applicant, Julene Woodmansee and I met with Mr. Stephen Banis to discuss answers to all of those questions, which have been provided to you for this project. Mr. Banis asked for the same hours of operation he currently has, in more detail, the types of controls and operations that go on a daily basis as it pertains to our zoning regulations. Much like with the previous applicant, we took some time to consider some of the questions that were raised that were not directly pertinent to the planning process, but were controlled by other people in town hall. So staff took the opportunity, particularly on the process of blasting, to speak to both the Eastern Highlands Health District and the Fire Marshal, the Health District, with relation to concerns raised by the public about contamination of groundwater, the Fire Marshal concerning the blasting process. I also put inquiry in with the police department about the blasting process. And some of those notes are reflected in my memo. Briefly to note, the fire marshal, he also spoke with the applicant's blaster, the blasting contractor. And one of the general notes that was made is that oftentimes when there is a concern about seismic effect of blasting, and this was from the fire marshal and the blasting agent, seismic effect of blasting is something that you would expect when you are blasting into the ground, as opposed to the cliff blasting to sever the cliff face that is happening here. Repeated blasting for a large concrete base that goes a dozen feet into the ground, that has the potential to have more seismic reverberation than the type of cliff blasting where you're up in the air that is ongoing at Mr. Banis's property. That is me paraphrasing them. So there's that. Eastern Highlands Health District also noted that they cannot make any determinations about any sort of well contamination without samples, and that deriving sources for these things is complicated. Additionally, that wells will silt in over time, and that it is impossible to, based on simple testimony, to determine source for any of these things, and that there are many possible sources. So they were not able to provide anything conclusive to me. I spoke to Thad King, who is one of our sanitarians there, about these questions. Staff just wanted to provide those notes to show that we are following up and taking seriously the comment that is provided here and relying on Town Hall's resources to bring you the most accurate information possible.
Hello.
You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, Steve Banis, lot 84, block 3650, Pleasant Valley Road. I met with Michael. I think he did a really good job re-advising some of the more details with the permit and all the regulations with it. So that's pretty much it.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Yes. Go ahead.
The one question that was brought up several times was that they feel that you're blasting at midnight.
No.
And one of the questions that I kind of questioned that myself, how would you do that? Or, I mean, I guess are you blasting in the middle of the night? Can I ask that question?
Absolutely.
I mean, it just was
no. Because the state police will be notified if I was.
Oh.
You know what I mean? And also the fire marshal will be getting called at 9:30. So, no. The only thing I could think of is because we're so close to Willimantic, maybe there's some dumpsters because the garbage company works 24 hours pretty much. So maybe a lot, commercial, store. A dumpster's hitting the ground, making a noise. That's all I could say.
Thank you.
Would now for the blasting itself, would it be possible to make the blasting be more predictable? For example, that be on I don't know how often you need to blast, but could it blast on a certain day and time every week or days every week? Could it?
Oh, we don't do things by the week. It's
Yeah,
a
okay.
month or 4 months apart.
All right.
You know what I
Okay.
mean? And it all depends if the area is cleared and ready
Right.
to do something or enough's been moved.
Right. But I was thinking, for example, if you said that blasting would occur at noon on Wednesdays, and maybe you don't use a Wednesday, but
that would be very complicated
That'd be
because you've got a company that's hired.
right,
And he's got a schedule.
right,
And then you have weather conditions.
right. Okay.
I mean, you don't want to do that stuff when it's lightning out and handling it.
Right.
Because you could have a boo-boo.
Okay. You don't want a boo-boo. Yeah, go ahead.
I see that the hours haven't changed, at least in the proposed motion. Maybe they have, I don't know, but 7 a.m. in the morning seems kind of early for blasting. Do you do blasting that?
Not that early. It's between 10 and 12. I mean, we've had some days where we ran late because it was really hot out and the weather was horrible. And we were planning for 2:00 in the afternoon. And we almost ended up at 5 because of the weather.
So how often do you blast?
Like I said, it's a month apart to 4 months apart. Like it's hard to predict, you know what I mean? But it's not every week or,
But
twice a week.
You wouldn't mind if we changed that to 9 to 5?
What, my
Instead of-
hours?
Yeah, instead of 7 to 7.
Yeah, I would.
You would. Okay, so you
mind.
want to be able to do it as early as 7.
Not blasting.
Yeah, no.
Well,
that's-
working.
Oh, okay, that's the working. Okay. Right. And I'm talking about the blasting time. We don't have a time for the blasting, do we?
The commission does hypothetically have the power to restrict certain operations.
I would agree to that.
You would agree to that?
For the blasting hours
Blasting
conditions.
hours,
I
right.
would agree to that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So we could add that into the.
So-
Mr. Chair,
Yeah. Yes.
would it be simpler just to ask the applicant to notify the fire department like a half an hour before they're gonna blast?
They always do that. That's mandatory.
We have records of that. I confirmed that with the fire marshal. The fire marshal does get notified.
That's not even my job. That's the blasting company.
But then if the community calls, we have an answer,
Right.
if that's your
Yeah.
concern.
So what would you be comfortable with for blasting hours?
I would be comfortable with 10 a.m. to, just in case something happened, I would say 5 max or 4:35 max in the afternoon PM.
So 10 to 5 would be okay.
I would agree to that, yeah. I
All
would, and nothing on a weekend, never,
Okay.
not a Saturday ever or a Sunday.
All right.
Sounds good.
And
We're on a
never- and
holiday,
never on
no
midnight.
holidays either.
Never at midnight.
No holidays.
No holiday.
I like them.
Okay. Any other questions?
Public?
Oh, public comment. I forget.
I'll step down.
Yes.
Somebody-
Eric Lanka, 91 Pleasant Valley Road, Mansfield Center. And I'm here to oppose the extension of the application as written. In the previous filing, they talked a lot about buffer zones, and I don't believe that there's a buffer zone for Mr. Banis. Would it be possible to put the site plan up on the screen of, as to what the activity is? in
If it
this
pleases the
area?
chair.
Yep.
One moment, sir. Apologies, I'm reading at an angle. So for clarification's sake, staff provided a updated site plan with the assistance of the applicant. This is an old applicant site plan that has been verified to still be accurate. So we're just going to pull this up and share this on the screen. So here, just have to swap things around. Thank you for your patience.
Is there a photograph?
So this was the 2006 site plan, July 7th, 2006, which is substantially the same and was redrawn by Mr. Banis earlier this year. But we liked this because it showed the locations of the brook as well as the expanded area that was added when the additional property was added. This is consistent with the site plan that Mr. Banis provided with us, which I can show you as well. It's just in slightly different color.
Is there any way we can see a aerial photograph?
Yes, one moment.
I can Google it.
So this is the photograph from August 2023. So in the air. So Pleasant Valley Road is off the map to the south. It's in the height of summer. For those who went on the site walk, we drove in from the South Road going up this way. This is the outbuilding. You can see the area that was marked as area 2 up here is a slightly different color as that has been fully excavated. And this is the active site. For notification, because there was question about how far these were from the houses surrounding it, staff did use Nearmap, which is a tool of ours, which can measure distance from aerials to measure the distance from the pond, as well as far as we could tell, the 2 closest properties, which are all in the neighborhood of 600 to 700 feet away. So this is the broader landscape view with Pleasant Valley Road down here.
I think it's perfect. Thank you. And based on the suggestion of the board when we met last time, I pursued a more recent water test. I got in touch with a technological laboratories in Windsor, and they sent us a water kit, which we just received, I think 24 hours ago, and haven't had a chance to implement it yet. And also in my research to find a reputable water test, I have this as an exhibit. I don't know if I'm allowed to present it or not, but it's from the state of Connecticut. I called our neighbor here, the Eastern Highlands Health District. And they sent me some information which deals with a guidance document for evaluating potential hydrological impacts associated with blasting and development activities. There seem to be a number of ways to track the potability of water in this document. And if, for instance, if there's not an existing well within 500 feet, they extend that research to 1,000 feet. And we're looking at a number of properties that are within 1,000 feet. They also come up with a number of suggestions where Mr. Banis should notify us, and it's not our responsibility to notify him about the condition of our water. It also indicates tests that are done within 2 months after blasting and so forth. So yes, it is difficult to track dirty water, but that's the way it goes. Beyond that, I have 2 requests, and I hope you're all up to speed, by the way, on this water situation. I did mention at the last meeting, some of you weren't here, so I'll repeat myself. I was diagnosed with cancer 2 years ago. My 2 neighbors have passed away. My immediate neighbors have passed away from pancreatic cancer and prostate cancer. My neighbor across the street has prostate cancer, and my neighbor on the other side of me, I believe she has leukemia. She's still alive. And this is what they call a cancer cluster. I think it's worth, in light of that reality, I think it's worth pursuing things and making it a little bit difficult on ourselves to check out the water. Now, I'm not a geologist, as spoke earlier. There's something called acid rain drainage, ARC. When you blow up a rock, you expose the certain minerals, whether that washes down. At the last meeting, I also brought up the question of radon. When you disturb the ground, who's checking for that? On a personal level, I can't engineer my way around this one. So I'm just going to leave it for you guys to discuss. But I don't hear anything in this application about remediation. If you did Google my property line and expand it a little bit on your phones, you would see that there's proportionately, there's quite a bit of excavation going on. At the last meeting, I was made aware that Mr. Banis is about 20% done. He's looking to pursue another 80%. And where's the remediation in that? What is that doing to the wildlife? It's non-existent. What kind of remediation are we talking about? Is a tree going to grow there in 500 years? And I don't mean to be facetious by saying that, but if you did look at a true aerial photograph, blow it up, and you'd see how small the equipment is, how large the property is. That's the first issue, is remediation. The second issue is the buffer zone. I don't see anything or hear anything about a buffer zone. If Mr. Banis wants to pursue this for another 80%, what's that going to do to the adjacent properties? The last meeting we had fewer board members out in front of me, but we had a number more, a larger number of residents behind me. And those who were in attendance actually surrounded the property, I'd say, at least 180 degrees. We were all adjacent to it. And there were various kinds of comments, negative comments made about it. I don't know what we can do about it, what you'd like to do about it. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to at least voice our are concerns. I've been a resident of that property since 1986. I really appreciate living in Mansfield. I think we have a great town. I don't know if all the board members have to be, residents of Mansfield. I'd appreciate it if you were. I have an old house, built in 1805. I sold about 20 acres of land to Mr. Banis because I was in financial straits about, it was 20 years ago. But I still believe that, I'm restoring the house. I think it's coming along well. I'm sure that I've improved it over what I found it. It was 6 years empty derelict when I bought it. I think for us all, we, including you, the board, want to leave this town better than we found it. And I feel I've done that. Mr. Banis will probably outlive me. I'm older than he is. And all I know, y'all will outlive me. But I think we should just do the right thing. And if you do create some parameters to this project, I hope you can follow up on them. That has been a point all night tonight, that people just wonder, when people bend the law or bend the rules, is there any kind of a restitution? So those are my points. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good. Oh, yes. After your testimony, we should take a 5-minute break. Or did the tape run out already?
So going,
Okay.
so we're gonna, if we have to watch the Zoom, can you just put the Zoom on, Michael, just so that we're not looking at the, yeah, just want to make sure we keep, thank you. It's okay, thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Audrey Brown. I live at 145 Pleasant Valley Road. I just wanted to let you all know that I did purchase a very intensive water test, and I have sent out the samples, and I'm waiting for a response back. I do have concerns about the blasting causing some type of a fault and affecting the water and the health of the environment. It's been my observation. I know that there's been a lot of rainwater, but even before this year, it seemed like a lot of the trees in the area were kind of looking sick and dying. And I could not figure out what the reason was. There didn't really seem to be any explanation, but it does seem like there is some kind of like deforesting going on. So I'm waiting for my water test.
Okay, thank you. So let's take 5 minutes and you can fix the situation with the tape.
We'll take a 5-minute recess, and if everyone could turn off their mics, just that way we are formally recessed, and they may capture for the record. Thank you. very long day. Yep. Right home, please. Don't want to be the first to be jumping. That's why you. I don't know what that is. Yeah. We're in the midst of public comment, Mr. Chair. Meeting is coming back to order. Public comment has been called.
Ralph Clement, 111 Pleasant Valley Road. I don't know if you guys had a chance to even review this, what was just presented by my neighbor, but it's eye-opening to me, what's been allowed and what should be allowed and what should be taken care of on behalf of this town. What we're allowing is just ridiculous to me. This, you know, is a form that they sent out for the potential hydrogeologic impacts, et cetera, for blasting, and there's common sense, it sounds like to them, that we should be going through this stuff. Additional issues relating to blasting, pre-blasting issues, et cetera, that this has not been followed in any way, shape, or form. One of the things we talked about was the signage about having a blast and when is it going to happen, et cetera, and when is it going on. I don't understand how a sign up his driveway 30 feet in that no one can see at all when driving by is him showing us that we're going to have blast. And how that's acceptable and how it's been allowed since day one. We've never known when the blasting was happening. I live not 608 feet away. My property's 400 and some odd feet from where this is. You show 608 feet, but that's just the beginning of my house. I have 150, 200 feet to the left of me that he's now encroaching on. And not only that, but when the hillside that he's blasting through comes down, I'm going to be looking at construction machinery. I'm looking at beautiful rock face right now. I bought that property. I built a driveway a quarter mile long, so I've got a beautiful area to look at. I did not buy it to look at construction machinery, nor to hear it or have it, the dust from it coming out. And I can't believe the absurdity we're talking about having no dust in the air from a gravel operation. Have you been by Desiato's before? There's piles and piles of dust by those machines. Now, I don't know how that's not getting in the air, and we're saying it's not going to happen. We're going to wet things down. They wet things down just so the trucks can go in and out. I'm 400 feet away. I've got a classic car in my house. Do I want to leave that out with cement dust or rock dust on it? No. Are you guys going to come clean it for me? Got a $20,000 paint job. Do I care? No, not at all. Sounds like fun. I don't understand where we're going from this. This is just absurd. A farm that is now blasting, and it's not a farm. It's not a quarry. It is a quarry. I just don't understand where we've gotten to this position where we're saying, is this okay if he does this now? I mean, they're talking about, there should have been testing going on with the wells. I'm within 500 feet of his blasts. There should be tests within this, it says, on an annual basis. I even complained to the fire marshal about the amount of dynamite being used, and he told me I had to figure out how to say that it was happening. Oh, he blasts off the cliff like you're saying it goes this way. We're all on the same bedrock. If he's blasting bedrock, my house is built on that. I had to blast that bedrock to build my house. So how is that not connected underneath? You tell me. Yeah, you guys need a copy of this, obviously.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, can you leave a copy of
there's
that? please?
There's a list here of what should be happening when blasting is going on.
Okay,
And we got 9,000 yards of blasting. We're only 20% into this. That's absurd. And none of this is being followed. And this is a common written order of what should be done when blasting is happening in a residential area. It's beyond me.
okay, thank you. Can we get a copy of that?
Can you bring it back?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lori Lanka, and I live at 91 Pleasant Valley Road. And I just wanted to sort of expound on what Eric was talking about. And whoever got that And this is actually called the Guidance Document for Evaluating Potential Hydrogeologic Impacts Associated with Blasting and Development Activities. And it's State of Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. On page 2, number 5, it talks about follow-up well water sampling should occur within 1 to 2 months following the blasting activity. And once again, once the site has stabilized and ground cover has been established. The plan for such water sampling should be a part of the applicant's land use application. Has that happened? You know, I mean, I'm questioning that. Should the development project and site work continue over a prolonged period of time, spend 20 years already, and that's only for 20%. He's talking another 80%. Annual testing of the potentially impacted drinking water wells should be performed to ensure there are no adverse effects to the drinking water quality. We have not gotten our sample, tested yet, but we intend to because Eric has lived in this house 38 years and the water has changed from when he moved in to now. And we have a filtration system on it. And every month we change the filter and it's black, completely black. And so we had the water tested a few years back, but it was tested with the filter on. So I said, we're going to take the filter off because that's really a true assessment of what the well water is. And, we'll find out then because we do have a sulfur smell occasionally. And when we mentioned that to the gentleman who provided us with this document, he was surprised. He said, you shouldn't be having a sulfur smell. There's some contamination. So, we're anxious to see what develops. But is there somebody that's sort of a watchdog for this? I mean, the town can give these permits, but who's monitoring what's going on and how frequently? I mean, a year can go by between one permit and the next. A lot can happen in a year. And that's what I have to say. I would just like to see the town become more involved. This is a quarry. And I grew up in Vermont and I saw Pleasant Valley Farm and I think of a farm. So, a farm is a farm is a farm. It's a vegetable farm, an animal farm. It's like a quarry farm. You call a quarry a quarry. It is what it is. It can be called Pleasant Valley Quarry. Why farm? It's deceiving. It's deceptive. Whenever I saw the aerial picture, I was shocked because I had no clue. I knew they were doing blasting, but I had no clue that this was a huge quarry. I mean, it is big. So that's what I have to say, because I'm concerned if it continues and there's no, protection for those residents living nearby. Who would buy a house with a quarry in their backyard? It just doesn't make any sense. So I would like the town to take some action, to do something, monitor it, make sure that we're safe. And I think that's a responsibility that the town has. So we pay taxes here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I have to sign something?
No, that was for the other one. Yeah.
Okay. I'm good.
Anyone else?
All right, once again, Ralph Clement, 111 Pleasant Valley Road. I wanted to mention one other thing. I got a little impassioned there, but I want to say one thing. About the blasting, it's been already stated that the fire marshal is called about every time he blasts. We are asking about how often he blasts. Why don't we have records? It's that simple. If we have records of the fire marshal blasting, the gentleman doing the blasting also has to take permits out for the amount of dynamite he's using. So that would give us an idea of how much is being used and how often it's being used. Why isn't that being brought into this play? And there's requirements of this being notified to us, and we've got a sign 30 feet up a driveway. Why hasn't that been addressed? If it's supposed to be signage that we're supposed to see, why is it 30 feet up the driveway? You can't see it driving by. The last time he blasted, October 24th at 9:55 a.m. I drove up the road to see where my sign was, 30 feet in, 14 inches by 14 inches, said blasting at noon on October 24th. At 9:55, the blasting occurred. Is there a wide open window? We blast when we want? And we've not done these things right so far, and now we're gonna give them a permit to do some more. I have a problem with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, where do we go with this? We can close it, right?
The only remaining pertinent part, Mr. Chair, is if the applicant wishes to come up and address anything, the applicant would be the next person.
Okay.
You can invite them. They may refuse if they so
Yeah.
choose, or have nothing further to say.
Yeah. Would you like to make any comments? Yeah.
The only thing I can address would be that we don't have any dust issues because we're really not. It's rock, you know what I mean, like pieces. So we're really not having any wind blowing like sand. So there's no dust issues on. What else? And most of the road is through the woods, covered with trees and leaves, so that wouldn't be an issue either with the driveway. Plus, we only have a truck or two, so we're not, it's not like we have trucks running in and out. And the records are there for the blasting. Fire marshal has them. Oh, and Mr. Clement made a point about one day, the sign said, I think noon. And then I put that up because I'm notified I have to contact the blasting company. They tell me the day before, and then something changes. So he had to do it like 2 hours earlier than whatever the sign said, noon, and he had to go somewhere else. So that's kind of a little gray area there, but I don't see what the big deal is for the discrepancy there.
Could the sign be put out on the road?
I don't know what purpose that would.
Okay.
The only thing I want to say something about. The only reason to put a sign out for a blast on the road would be the state regulation is if it involves traffic or people, a parking lot, or you know what I mean, like a store where people are coming through near the area for a warning. That's state regulations for a sign. There's no other reason to have a sign.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, someone else like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric Lanka. I just wanted to just quickly read one sentence that I'm concerned about the water. This is Article 1 on page 1 of the 3 pages. The developer or applicant should retain a geologist, hydrologist, or engineer, environmental professional to evaluate the underlying bedrock in terms of its potential to cause acid rock drainage. The town's land use office should make sure that the applicant acquires the services of qualified environmental professional that has experience testing the mineralogy and chemistry of the rock material and evaluating the potential impacts of art. I don't know if Mr. Bandis has acquired someone with those certifications or qualifications. I think it would be fair for the neighborhood to share in the results of that kind of an investigation to put our minds at ease. And yeah, I'm going to close, but I'm going to quote John Kennedy. that we're going to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. And the fact that it's difficult to identify what is causing subterranean water contamination is not an excuse because it's difficult. That's not an excuse. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, one thing we could do is close the hearing or keep it open. How does the commission feel about that?
I don't see that we're going to get any more information than we received tonight, and then we will have to review maybe what the state requires as well.
All right.
So I don't know with further research whether we have to keep a public hearing open.
You'd have to keep the public hearing open if you're introducing new information into the public record.
Right.
So if, for example,
If we find we need to institute some sort of testing that we're not doing now, or that's not in the permit now, does that mean we need to leave the public hearing open?
if you are investigating that, yes. If
Yes.
you're stating that as a condition of approval, no. So it's, like if you're asking the applicant to, to follow one of these terms that is outlined in this Bureau of Water Protection Land Use, the document that was just submitted, you could not consider that testimony if the public hearing is
The
left
only reason I
closed.
would think if we do a review of this state regulations or whatever, that we need to present it. We need to present it so people have knowledge of what we're willing to do or can do or should do. So maybe we should keep the public hearing open so that we can further investigate what's required.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. We'll just leave it open and
Extension because it was open on the 16th and it's now the 20th, so they have a consent to extension.
16th of what?
The deep document is guidelines. It's not regulations.
Yes, it's the guideline.
It's a guidance document.
Guidance document.
Yeah.
Nobody's
But
required
it seems to be new to us.
It's a matter of what you would be doing with this information. It's again, as Banu said, it's a guidance document.
So there's a 20-year record on this property. Staff would have to go back into the record to determine what initial testing, if any, was done at any point in the process, and concur with the applicant on what records they may have retained that we may have not retained, record retention laws being what they are, an imperfect thing in the keeping of paper records. In terms of the permit,
Does it matter what testing was done 20 years ago?
that really
No testing now?
it really depends on the scope of how long testing is good for, and I am not a geotechnical specialist, so I cannot advise you on how good bedrock testing is over a period of time.
So do we need a consultant on this?
I don't know. I think that's up to you, considering that this is a guidance document produced by members of the public, but it is not something in our regulations.
Members of deep.
And even if you see,
I can't hear you.
and even if you were to see some water quality testing, how do we correlate it to this particular activity? It could be something else, right?
The only thing that I'm concerned about is, and I'm no expert on anything, but it seems to me that maybe we do need to have some guidelines that we follow for those that are doing this sort of work. Instead of just regulating the hours. Maybe there's more to it than then we pay attention to.
I believe that your records, hold on. In the additional supplemental information, it is noted that there are various things which you can request. The commission has the right to require a comprehensive analysis of test pit and soil boring information adequate to determine groundwater elevation, direction of groundwater flow, depth of bedrock, and grain size analysis. The analysis shall address the proposed depth of excavation, groundwater, and environmental potential impacts. I would have to go back into the record to see if one was done, but it is noted that you have the right to request this, should you feel it pertinent.
That's in our regs?
It's already in there. You guys are good. You've already got it written down.
Well, I just don't think we should drop the ball on this. I think we really should. I know it's another thesis in the works, but I just think we should follow up.
So we should keep it open. We should keep it open if there's a potential for new information.
So what is,
Maybe to make life easier, we should have a consultant for this project. I don't know.
so is it the direction to staff and the applicant to hire a geotechnical consultant to do what precisely?
Well, I think we need to know what it is we want precisely. I don't know if it's just water testing or, I don't know what's. I can't tell.
We don't know what we
I'm
don't
not
know
the-
yet.
Yeah, we don't know what we don't know. I just don't know where to go from here, but it seems like we should go somewhere, but not just rubber stamp what we've been doing.
How much more time do we have?
Oh,
The app-
Katie, yes, Katie.
I just want to say I support Vera's thinking on this. I want more information on what the regulations are with water quality. I don't want the people around this pit to have a problem with their water, and it sounds like some of them are. And I think we need to look into that before we have him do any more work there.
How many days or weeks do we have before we?
We're having an issue with Zoom.
We need to take a break, folks. We've gone so long that Zoom may have cut us off and we can't continue. So we need to take another 5 minutes to figure this out.
No, but it's no longer streaming to YouTube, which means we're no longer recording to live. And because this is a hybrid meeting and we're doing that and broadcasting in our personal thing. So,
Okay, so 5-minute break.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is it still Monday?
And you can say you were here till 11 o'clock,
Or 11:30.
11:30.
False alarm. We are still streaming. It's Jalene's phone's fault.
Okay, we're back.
The question is
Feel bad for the people watching 3 hours of this.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're monitoring it because we had a clue that there might be a problem after 4 hours. So we're monitoring it in real time to make sure that it's still working.
I don't think at this late hour, we're gonna be able to decide. Is there some way of tabling this or
The applicant
postponing?
needs to give us an extension.
Okay.
And they're up, so I believe if we open the hearing at on the 16th. We are about running out of time. It's the 20th.
Yeah, that would make it day 34. So the applicant has to agree to give us an extension for consideration of the application if the commission isn't going to be interested in closing it today. Otherwise, it runs out of time statutorily. Staff would strongly urge the commission to provide clear advice on what they want from the applicant.
Well, we need some guidance.
We don't know what
We need some guidance on that.
I think we need to continue this public hearing, let staff kind of huddle together, and I will talk with the chair, and we'll see what we can do
Okay.
to kind of give the applicant some more direction, some clear direction.
Okay, so we've got a plan. We keep it open.
Yeah,
If
but
the
the
app-
applicant needs to consent to an extension. And if you consent to that, I would recommend that you consent, that we keep it open per statutory. Or why don't you give us a date, till you have 65 days. So can we do 65 days from today, and then we will try to close this for as soon as we can.
So it won't be continued till next month?
Oh, no. So it would be. So what this does is the way that the statute is written is the commission has to render a decision within 35 days unless you agree to give us more time to continue to discuss, and you can give us up to a maximum amount of time. The next meeting is the 4th of December. So we will bring this back up at the 4th of December. But if you only said we're going to give you 14 days, then at the next meeting, we would have to say, can we have 14 more days? Whereas if you say, I'll give you the full 65 days today, then we can go out for whatever meetings occur. The reason this is written this way is some applicants prefer not to have their matters tabled and to just have matters decided. And so you have to be the ultimate person to give consent for that. We are asking if you would be willing to let us discuss the next meeting.
Sure.
Okay.
So 65 days from today is January 24th, 2024.
So we could potentially discuss at 3 following meetings and must
Okay.
render a decision by our January meeting.
Okay.
But you have to continue this to a time and date certain.
So let's do the 4th of December. We already did 6:05 and 6. No, that was for the 18th. So this is,
Why don't we do the 18th? Because we're gonna need a little time and we're trying to preserve the 4th.
then that will be 6:15 on the 8th, on the 18th.
Okay.
6:15?
6:15, although as noted today, these times are rough.
Sometimes it's 10:30.
Well, at least it's not 11:30 yet.
Right.
I, DeVivo, make a motion that we
Continue.
continue this special permit,
The public hearing.
the public hearing for Steve Vanis Pleasant Valley Road, applicant of the gravel removal operation, to December 18th at 6:15 PM.
Moved by DeVivo.
I'll second.
For Tony seconds.
Thank you. Second by Tony. All in favor? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, public hearing is continued. Right. Okay, so our old business.
There's a third public hearing.
Oh, we have another public.
We
hearing?
can just immediately continue the subdivision regs to
Yeah.
2 weeks from now.
Yes, let's do that. We have to have a motion though.
Yes, continue to a time and date certain.
So that would be 12/4.
Yes. And we haven't put anything on 12/4, so let's say 6.
I, DeVivo, move to change the public hearing.
Continue
for-
the public
to
hearing.
Continue the public hearing for the PZC initiated amendments to 12/4 at 6 PM. No, at 6:05 PM.
No, 6:20.
Okay. You know it better than I do.
Because we're doing, he's at 6:15, so we have to do it 6:20.
No,
No,
the
he's on
12/4.
the 18th.
Oh, I'm sorry, 6:05.
6:05.
Actually, we're gonna do 6 o'clock because we're gonna try to get this done quickly.
6
Yeah,
o'clock.
Yep.
Moved by DeVivo.
England seconds.
Is that a second from Zach?
Second from Zach. All right.
Perfect.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you, Zach.
All in favor? Passes unanimously. All right, so we're up to old business.
Table everything.
So
I would suggest that we table.
two of these have been continued. The only item on old business that was closed of the special permits was the application of Mr. Edward Hall. Staff would recommend that a member of the commission work with staff to create the motion for approval for next time with the conditions and operating hours pertinent to things discussed today.
Okay. Would someone like to volunteer to work on that?
I will be on Zoom, so no.
He's gone. You want to work on that?
I'll work on it.
Okay, good. We got someone to work
Okay.
on that
Staff will work
for
with
next time.
Commissioner Ward.
And, okay, so the others aren't relevant. Oh, and Kathy Dorgan needs to move some excess dirt.
So this is gonna be really quick.
Yeah.
There's too much dirt at Eagleville Green. If you've been by there, you see just humongous mounds of dirt piled up in the back. Our regulations say that any dirt you move, you have to keep on site to use. They have over 2,000 cubic yards of dirt that they can't use. So per your regulations, we need a motion to allow them to use the dirt, to remove the dirt and use it at another site.
Someone like to put that forward.
And you have that,
Oh, is there,
It's-
that may
it's
be a
writ-
motion.
it's written down in the packet. We modified the one
Just
that was
need
in
to read
the.
it. Move the dirt.
I DeVivo move effective 11/20/2023 to approve the site plan modification for Kathleen Dorgan, applicant for the removal of 2,068 cubic yards of excess topsoil located at 113/121 South Eagleville Road, PZC file number 1364-2. Subject to the following conditions. The site shall be stabilized in accordance with the best management practices outlined by the Connecticut guidelines for soil and erosion and sediment control. 2, once the excess material has been removed from the site, the applicant shall contact the Mansfield environmental planner to schedule an inspection to ensure the site has been appropriately stabilized.
Moved by DeVivo,
Second.
second by Ward. All in favor? Passes unanimously. And we are out of business at 10.
No, actually, you're not out of business. To ruin your day, you're not out of business. You have to, no, we're never done. We don't get to go home. The PZC initiated zoning regulation amendments pursuant to Public Act 23-142 related to family childcare homes and group childcare homes. We have to revise our regulations on this per the state because they like making work for us. That last part is a joke.
Okay, so
I DeVivo move to initiate zoning regulation amendments pursuant to Public Act 23-142 related to family childcare homes and group childcare homes, PZC file number 907-56. The proposed amendment shall be referenced to the town attorney, the town council, CCROG, CCROG, and surrounding communities for review and comment, and a public hearing shall be scheduled for December 18th, 2023.
moved by DeVivo. Second by Wutch. All in favor? Passes unanimously. I believe we're now done. Take,
There are some communications.
take,
You can
take
read
note
them.
of communications that have been given to us.
Adjourn at 10:40 if it pleases the chair.
10:40, we're adjourned. All right.